Wow. Me signing in. Hello. Not gonna lie, usually when I don't have time to eat, I just kind of bawl through the stream. But today I did need to at least sit down and consume something. So I had to push back the stream 10 minutes. So apologies everyone. I will get the game up immediately now. Already wasted time. We gotta start the trial now. I'm slightly terrified because I don't know how long this is going to be. I'm hoping it doesn't go for too long. Assuming it is just the first trial situation, it shouldn't go any longer than like yesterday's stream. Well, actually, a good hour of yesterday's stream was me like avoiding. It was just me avoiding playing the actual game though because I got scared. Yeah. We get the game up because it's very loud in my ear. I'm terrified. I'm actually terrified of this trial. I'm trying to not let myself get psyched out, but it's really hard because when I think about Kazuma, it's gonna be on the other side of the bench. Ah! No, get it together. Get it together. Okay. I do have my aircon on at that moment. I'm just trying to cool down my face. I fear that I will have to. Where is it? Well, I'm going to turn it off before I start reading the dialogue, but I might have to turn it back on in the middle of the trial. I just know I'm gonna find myself sweating. It's either gonna be a combination from like the heat or the actual trial itself is making me sweat. Yo, I'm so good. Is this the famous miyuu? Is that 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨? Oh my god, is that rain? Yo, the weather is so weird. I mentioned how it was like hot. Well, not really hot, but it was like really warm. It was hot in the morning. All of a sudden it started raining today. Spring! Get your shit together! Keep the aircon on. It's not that bad. The thing is, it does distract me though, too, so I can't really like focus on the trial as well. Because, like, I can keep it on fan, but I don't like leaving it on fan. Like, it feels like such a waste. Oof. Excuse me. But don't worry, if it does get bad, I'll just leave it on. I have a feeling it will be, but like at the moment, I'm okay with turning it off. So don't worry. I'm going to keep it on for a little bit longer. I remember just now my controllers. Let me do that. I felt like I was forgetting something. Ugh. Can't reach it. What the fuck? Okay. Who's that? I'm just a simple or normal simple herder back clicking. Okay. I can't believe I can't believe a herd of backlicker is in the chat. Oh my god. Fellow connoisseur, I see. Fuck. You know what? You know what I said though? Like, the first thing that I saw was like, I honed in on her back before I realized who the character was. I was like, ooh. A little exposed back. And I was like, oh my god, wait, it's her. But, when I saw that, I'm gonna be real. Okay, for like the benefit of the doubt, right? It's only the splash art, but the score that I gave it is a 6 out of 10. It's passable. It's passable right now because the biggest thing that is carrying it is the key. If the key stays on her back, which I'm pretty sure it is, it's like very obviously there. But until we see the 3D model, will I be able to give a proper score? But just like based off that we can see at the moment, it's a 6 out of 10. I cannot give my full reasons now until we have the 3D model. No, okay, my controller still isn't connecting. Do you disagree with me? No, if anything, I completely agree. Really shouldn't say that out loud, but Joy-Con? Why is the Joy-Con not connecting? Excuse me? Excuse me? There you go. Just give it a couple of seconds. There you go. No, it disappeared. No? No? You want to work with me here, buddy? Come on. Come on. There you go. I keep seeing her, but her being ice pisses me off. We need an ice! We talked about this! We know how ice is, but like, come on. The last ice that we've ever gotten was fucking Misha. Like, it was about time that we got a new fucking ice. We need that element. But RIP, yeah. I'm very curious to see how she plays. But man, I can't wait. I can't wait for the special program this week. I'm just gonna put it in the back burner. I am curious to see who is tomorrow though, because if that's like we've got teasers for Herder, but then who's gonna be the other character? I'm really scared it's gonna be Screw'em. I feel like no. We haven't gotten any teasers of Screw'em, so it doesn't make sense. Also, it'd be very, very ballsy of them to put Screw'em with Herder. But if we are moving away from whatever plot that we're at the moment, we might be moving to a different planet, right? So we went back to the Shangjiao, and then we got invited back to Penacony, and then wait, the whole Penacony thing was also, well, before we leave, let's go here. That was kind of like how the thing started, right? Bye bye Fugue Sunday. That's a lie, I know it was still for work. Me with Herder, honestly. Unless new drip marketing comes out like around that time, and then it's someone that I like. At the top of my head, I'm probably just gonna like throw some pulls at Herder. Surely there's a good chance the 4 stars is what I want there. Surely. Well, I mean, if anything, at the moment I'm betting that Sunday's fucking 4 stars are helpful. If not, I'm happy with Starlights. I really, really, really like Hanya though. My journey to E6 Hanya and 𝐲 is still a long one. As characters, there are only two reasons: either they're super OP or they're just being eyes. That is true, but this could be where it changes. You know? This could be another case of Argenti, but the Herder is also very popular though, so her kit wasn't pretty good though. It would be pretty bad. But she's still an erudition. Well, unless you know things from your dreams, but like, it doesn't change the fact she's still erudition. The only reason why I'm entertaining her is because she's got her little witchy aesthetic, which is actually really cute. Her color palette is also really cute. Me, the person, the purple hater. And then and then the fact that I desperately need an erudition because pure fiction was disgusting. Like, I know it was like just the turbulence, like you could just blame it on the turbulence, so all the other pure fictions will be fine until we get another dot like round, but I still need like a guaranteed way to clear it, you know? Like just a bullshitty way to just ball. Honestly, a big reason why I am suffering though is probably the fact that I don't own Robin. Until Robin reruns, maybe I'll be like somewhat okay. I wouldn't be in the situation that I was in. Either way. Being broken used to be broken. The whole 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨 thing was insane. To be honest, I wasn't paying attention to it because I wasn't pulling for it. I was pulling for Topaz at the time, so I didn't really give a shit. But the amount of things that I heard, as you know, someone that was playing the end game back then, it was just 𝐢𝐽, like she was basically Acheron before Acheron came out. Like Acheron was like 𝐢𝐽 on like steroids. But when 𝐢𝐽 came out, she was kind of like the alright guys, if you want to bullshit any content, well, most content that we have at the moment, our poor thing is dead now because fucking we hadn't had an ice for like literally the entirety of until like the start of this year. So you know what, even she is super broken, I think that's fine. We're gonna suffer, the meta is gonna suffer, but like we've been so ice like depraved. I feel I can forgive them for it, to be honest. I can understand it. Something about Skrillum from a dream long ago. Wait, which one? Have you told me? Is it a different one from the ones you've told me before? The poor Skrillum's kit kept getting like made and then taken away and then made and then taken away. 100% emanatus, they can't make her too bad. They need to make her possible. She's also the fucking freak character that we get, like when you met her day one, it'd be such a crime not to. We'll see. You'll see. Okay, I'm starting to feel cold now from the aircon. So until my temperature fluctuates again, no more humming noises. Thankfully. Okay, for a second I thought that the controller didn't connect again. It's connected, but I didn't know if it was working with the game. Okay. I'm not ready. Okay. It's what I say, but I'm going to drink some water first. But the volume is fine, by the way. Honestly, skill issues. I can only pray they don't do this again. This is the second time either the second or third time we've had a dot perfection, so I can, for now, I can wait. I can just bullshit with my current team, but it's not a good time though. I have half a brain, by the way, to do a special program watch along, but because it's on a Friday, I don't know how that's going to work out. Because I usually do my Saturday stream, unless people want to watch me react. No, I can't though. That's the thing. I can't wait a full ass day. I'm gonna get spoiled. I watch the stream as I eat dinner. Like that's when the stream goes live for me, the special program. That's why I want to watch it live. I can't handle the thought of waiting a full ass day of not knowing anything. We'll see what I decide. If I have it in me to wait so that you guys can watch me, I'll probably be drawing as like the special program plays, but if anyone wants to see my reaction. I don't think it's gonna be that big, but it's more so that I'm very nostalgic to think back on how the 1.6 program was, which is when Ron May came out, and it was the introduction to like, it was like a teaser intro into Penacony. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Don't mind her being broken. You should kind of be like Asheron. It'd be a crime otherwise. Like, I'm already... a good amount of us that don't have Asheron or Firefly are like suffering at the moment. So like, you know... if they throw another one into the mix, God forbid, I'll just fucking figure it out. We'll just bullshit through it. Bullshit through endgame. Different. Fun fact, my dream can just be 4-star. So how popular he was, he was gonna upgrade to a 5-star. They downgrade him back. I'm okay with that. If he's a 4-star, I always thought this to myself. If, like, that's why I was so confident that Skrillin would have come out this year. Because if he just came out as a 4-star, I'd be like, I'm fine with that. But he's missing. I don't know where he is. Like, we've seen my luck with 4-stars, but at least he'd be in the permanent pool. At least he'd be there. I'll take it. I'll take him in any form at this moment. Like, I don't care. But with how they pushed him back, I wouldn't be surprised if they did change him back to 4-star. Because they're killing off his relevance, especially after his interaction with Dr. Ratio. That was like his biggest moment. Like, we did get to see him again with the introduction of Divergent Universe, but that was literally just to introduce an endgame content. Like, that wasn't like a full-ass story, like, voice thing, you know? I miss that so bad. I miss him. Where is he? Screw him. Like, we did get to see him during the Penacony, like, thing, but, you know, he didn't play a big part. He was just kind of there as, like, a representative. And it doesn't count! Volume A, okay. Thank you! Finally becoming a HSR content creator. How would a clickbait title go? Bunny reacts to the new live stream. Fugue is what? am very tempted though. Could watch it while live and watch it again live on stream. I could. That is a good idea. Oh, wait, no. That is a great idea. Because I usually watch the Japanese. But that's good. Okay. I just remember it's double Trailblazer and then Fugue and then Sunday. Ah! Yeah, no, I'm not missing that. Hell no. But maybe I'll watch the English one on... live on stream. I usually only watch the Japanese one and then I just go EP. I could do that. I could do that. That is a good idea. I've done worse because I make a video of Duke Inferno only to off him off screen. They needed to introduce his crew before they killed him off. They're like, oh god, fuck. We need to make him relevant to an extent. Alright, let's make a whole ass teaser for his team and then we'll kill him off. That is very tragic. I really didn't think they'd just kill him off like that. Like, it would have been so exciting if we got like a sentient character like that, a playable character like that. I think it'd be really cool if they try to branch out more like that. Is that why Skrillum isn't fucking playable? God forbid. They're not like somewhat mainly like human in flesh. Where's my justice? Give me my robo. I feel like I'm feeling it more so now as someone that can't stop thinking about Ash from Titanfall 2. Since I picked up Apex again, all I do is play Ash and I think about robots. Free me. Hey, trial time. Everyone, recap. I actually can't remember anything. No, don't do that. I just wanted to click back into the game. Recap. Gregson's fucking dead, and now we have to save Van Zyg's. That is the crux of everything that we need to know. We'll figure out everything else during the trial. Really can't believe it's Van Zyg's that got caught. Not only that, he says he can't remember anything, so it reminds me of the... What was it? Couldn't remember he couldn't remember details. They just kind of found themselves in that situation. I was gonna say Gina, but wait, does that make sense? Yeah, Gina? No, she told us everything that happened. It was mostly that she passed out, no. And the first time we saw her too, that was different. Concerning, to say the least. Boss fight, prefer it, like off screen. I don't know, Panic it still feels so off for me. I think it's because of how they tried to do Asheron's story, because you know she is the one that him off. How they tried to play out that story, it was more for Asheron more than anything. Like at the moment, his existence is literally just, well, it's not supposed to be like that when you think about like the facts that we have, but how, like, what has happened though, it does feel like the Duke Inferno was just there so that she could just kill someone and then have her little mellow, how do you describe it? That little, it was with, what, his name, Tienan? Is that his name? that little fucking dialogue session with Tiernan before we find out who it is. But I guess I think once we get the special program, we'll get a bit more information. Well, I'm really hoping on it anyways, because we have this whole filler patch that we're in at the moment, so can only sit and pray. Hi, Beggar Castle. Join stream. Grayson's effing dead, bro. Yes, he is. That's how every stream should start off. Well, Ace Attorney stream, anyways. Someone's dead. I'm surprised not many, like, more people died during the Great Ace Attorney storyline. But that's kind of the point, because what? The judicial system is only shaping up now, so not a lot of things are set in place just yet. It doesn't even nihility, but like as a story writing, it's at best. I can only hope. But I agree. It was quite hard to follow. Hi Kay! How are you? Sometimes it's me right away. You're too obvious, man. I really can't believe you changed your name just for this bit. How long are you gonna stay like that until Herda releases? Hey! Trial! Third time! Trial! 8:56 AM, defendant's antechamber. There's that old familiar feeling again. Crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Actually, no. It's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. There's a menacing tension in the air here today, isn't there, I suppose? Yes, I think so. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. A little more courtesy, if you please. Oh my, I do apologize. However, you're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not privy to the details. However, I understand that no jury has been selected. A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. A closed court. Good morning, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes. Have you made note of my ear, Mr. Naruto? An outright victory for science, you must agree. Took him the whole day. You know what? I'm surprised I was able to get it back in just a day. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem. Ah! What to one man is a little hair problem? As to another, a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning. Oh dear, how awful for you. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes. And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. And I see London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence, a far greater deterrent to the black rates of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there's at least one point on which I would readily commend you. What an honor, and that would be.
Your eye for a good lawyer, sir! Mr. Sholmes? After all, behind this lawyer there is a very great mind. My own. What are you trying to say? I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. Go to barge in! Oh, Gina. What's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose. Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium? It's been postponed, so some free time. Decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action. I should be very interested to see the fruits of your studies of the past year. Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see. Odo? Yes, Gina? Why'd you agree to this, eh? Why'd you take him on? This Reaper bloke. Everyone says it was him what killed the boss. I'm sorry, Gina, but I just don't believe that. Well, if it weren't him, who was it? I don't know that yet. I don't care who calls him what. The Reaper's just a name. It's just a person at the end of the day. And if it turns out it was him what killed the boss, then God help him. Fiery eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. At least there may be some solace to the deceased. Please, I don't get whoever did this for the boss. Oh, Gina. I hate feeling like this. I hate feeling this useless. There's nothing I can do. So you gotta find who done this and make the wretch pay! Counsel for the defense and the defendant! Court will be in session shortly. Go into the courtroom at once, please. Right then. Here we go. Ha! Ha! I'm not ready! You guys have no idea the amount of, like, tension, like, nervousness and, like, anxiety that I'm, like, trying to suppress right now just to get through this trial. It's time, Mr. Naruto. Lord Van Dykes. One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. For that misfortune, for that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events. And whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look it straight in the eye. Excuse me. A lot of today is going to be weird miyuu noises, so if you're not ready for it, just you guys are welcome to click out if it becomes too much, because I have no other way of coping unless, like, some demon possesses my body. Good year. I'm doing great. Oh, well. Great on paper. The paper at the moment is, like, crumpled up, burnt to, like, ashes, and, like... But overall, great. I will probably become progressively worse through the trial, but... This is the last case of the game, right? There should be one more. This is case 4, I believe. So this isn't technically the last case. So if anything, there's something that might go down here that like continues on to the next case. But it's not only that, we also have the special content, because I've been told that there's some things in the special content. But I think that's just gonna be a separate stream that we can all like watch together. Maybe. If not, it might have to be something that I have to just watch myself. Also that I've been told. But we will see. So if anything, we still have a long way to go. Like, this is just the first trial for this case. I don't know if there's gonna be a second trial or second investigation, but something tells me it's gonna be a long one, because that little fucking monologue that we saw there about 3 people losing the people they love. Yeah, I feel like this is gonna be a long ass case, so guys, don't worry. We're still gonna have quite a long way to go. I don't know if I'll finish Ace Attorney. Surely we'll finish Ace Attorney before the end of the year. I'm trying to bet that is the case, because the reason why I did Ace Attorney, like the Great Ace Attorney, back to back, because I knew that the Christmas season is going to be very busy for me, so the only game that I'd be able to like very easily play would be, you know, a visual novel. So that's why I tried to plan it out so I could play through this game through Christmas season, and then it'd be okay. It wouldn't be as taxing. But if we do end early, this game early, I'll be honest, I might have another situation where I just do like drawing and then gacha games, because there is a bunch of shit that I need to catch up on. It'll be more productive for me if I just try to catch up on those instead of immediately start a new game. So if anything, this is gonna be, oh, this is okay to me. Technically, this is gonna be the last game series for the year. I know we're still in November, but you'd be surprised at how quickly the week goes during Xmas season. So if I ever start a new game, I'll do it next year. So if I end it early for the Great Ace Attorney, we're just gonna do a lot of filler streams until the start of next year. There's my current plan. Just like every stream. Okay. It do make weird noises, but like it's gonna be like 10-folds today, okay? Like more so. Like every sentence may just be me making a weird noise. Or maybe every word. It'll just be oh, but that could be it. That just could be the entirety of this stream today. We'll see. Just a warning. In the name the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We're here to conduct the fair and just trial of the defendant, Brock Van Zykes. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin? The defense is ready, my lord. It's not gonna be Van Zykes anymore. It's so easy to switch to his voice because it was just Prosecution is more than ready. Kazuma-sama. I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long. It feels... I never pictured it happening like this. Never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today, we must uncover the truth behind the scourge. In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder. The truths revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial with no members of the public present. Yippee! No summation examination! Yippee! I don't have to do all sorts of weird voices. Well, it's what I'd say, but maybe the witnesses for this trial may be absolutely brutal for me. By Her Majesty's direct orders. How will that work, my lord? The burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see... I'm surprised you don't bring, like, an extra judge or something. The jury's bench shall remain vacant today. Because you can have, like, other judges overseeing, no? That is, like, a thing. Like, I know not back like then, but if you're not gonna have the public present, wouldn't you have at least like different judges to assess the situation? Especially if it's a closed trial, there should be a lot more weight to it. I'm just surprised. I don't know.
No members of the public are present. May I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord?
There are members of the judiciary here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial. Never mind, we do have... Okay, maybe not judges, but we have members of the judiciary.
Oh my, it's a very unusual trial already.
There's of course another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings on which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and the defense are both aliens of Great Britain. Quite the fucking word to use there, but you are correct. So Kazuma's been dead for so long, I can't remember his voice. I did have a voice for him, and I always managed to like bullshit it back up, but I... During yesterday, I couldn't get it back. To be fair, Miyuu's brain wasn't back. I wasn't there. I'm still not here. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. As I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain. This is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Kazuma? Very well. Let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement, if you please. Certainly, my lord. Okay. The incident took place on 1st November at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was a building of flats on Fresno Street, on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property. Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well indeed to this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago.
Professor Case.
How sure are you about the time of the incident? Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot and all have reported at the same time. Yes, that's what Gina told us too. There was a number of witnesses. Have you a plan of the room?
Oh, he's so tiny! He's so tiny!
I'm sorry, Gregson.
He was just a little guy and just crawled up in the corner.
He's dead! Oh my god, have some respect! The victim was found curled up in one corner. It's believed that he was shot from the front at point blank range and died instantly. How was the range being determined? There were scorch marks around the entry wound. Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. The powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range. I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel.
Autopsy report. Inspector Gregson's autopsy report stating that death was instant, resulting from a bullet shot at close range.
Can we take a quick look at it? Sorry, it should be short. Coroner! Maria Gorey? Victim, name Tobias Gregson, male, age 45, nationality British, time of death unknown. Cause of death, victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in an instant death, scorch marks at point of entry. The bullet exited the body from behind. Okay. Additional observations, the caliber of the gun used matches that of standard issue firearms for members of the judiciary. Okay, I just need to remember this information. Remember that information is there. Because we do have the gun with us here. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim. Have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm? No, my lord, not conclusively.
However, Kazuma-sama, not trying to use the gun as evidence where its provenance can't be proven.
Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. This is candelabrum mounted on that wall, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile.
We noticed that too, didn't we?
Yes, that's right. Thank you for the thorough report, Counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please. Oh, okay! As you wish, my lord.
Crime scene floor plan. Plan of the small room in the building of flats on Fresno Street where the body of the victim, Inspector Gregson, was found.
Oh, anything but presenting a diagram. This is gonna be a fucking Drebber situation again.
Oh, I can already, I can hear it. Do you hear it? I can hear it. It's future Miyuu, like, screaming at the top of her lungs, like, fuck you! Why is it the diagram? Mark my words. Is this Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode? No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Boone. There's precious little furniture inside, and it is generally in a poor state of repair. So what on earth was Gregson even doing there?
Presumably, he was investigating some case or other.
When a policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, they found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding the revolver.
Holding?
The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot. The details of the case are clear. In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Name, please, counsel. And actually, the accused himself. Lord Van Zyks? As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office. Get your shit together. As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken and will be compelled to tell the truth. Very well. Let the defendant take the witness stand.
I'm really like crying already. What is this?
So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Baruch Van Zyks, Old Bailey prosecutor. I presume, Lord Van Zyks, that you heard Prosecutor Sorgi's opening precis. I did. It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this? Yes, my lord. Then I'm sure the court will like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question, and what exactly took place. I intend to explain away nothing, I'll simply tell the truth. Must say, Lord Van Zyx, never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come. But since he became known as the Reaper, part of me has been dreading it. Your former testimony then, witness?
The facts of the incident.
I was investigating Gregson and my inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body and the Inspector Gregson appeared before me.
Yeah, this is why I get confused. It was dark inside and I saw no one. You weren't able to see anyone. Not even a figure. Not even a shadow. That, without a doubt, is a fucking lie.
That testimony was the whole truth? It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants, and then moments later a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes, is that it?
Why do you have to... Why do you have the Edgeworth pose?
You're right, you haven't explained away not anything. In fact, you would barely qualify as an excuse.
That's your apprentice, sir.
I thought you I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words. Turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Sorgi.
It would appear to be a singular tale indeed.
Singular isn't the word, it's laughable.
I shouldn't be laughing. Sammy, where I can go?
What's gotten into Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all. Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination.
That's my lunch. Look at it! I'm going to save. I'm finding it very difficult to cope right now. I'm starting to get even more busy here too.
Right? Xmas season is just like that. Like, it can't be helped.
And even if it wasn't, like, you know, universally like known to like have Christmas as it is, it's still like the start. Well, if you followed.
Wait, which calendar is it for?
Hold on.
Which calendar is this?
Anyway, because I'm someone that also celebrates Lunar New Year, so it's but it is like the start of the new year. I could have just followed with that. But it is the start of the new year, and usually that time does get like very busy as it is, so. I think it's also just from experience from last year where I found that, oh god, playing a game. What was I playing last year at the end of last year? I can't remember. I'm pretty sure I was actually playing Ace Attorney. I think I was playing Investigations at the end of last year. So when I played through that, I was like, damn, I actually really enjoy just like, you know, playing through a visual novel, just to, like chill myself out through this busy season. Just black hole drawing stream. Can you shut the fuck up? There will be a drawing stream. Black quill less so. Do you guys really just want to hear me like squill for like 3 hours straight? Like that's all I'm gonna be doing. It's either I'm squealing or like I'm making dying noises. Is that content to you guys? I don't think that's very fun. Well, from my position anyways, clearly that's not gonna be fun. I'm just gonna be suffering. Also, hi Penta, sorry for the late greeting. Hope you're doing well today. Man who died in case 2 of the first game, literally me. Wait, that is true. Kazuma got miyuu'd. Oh, I didn't draw that comparison until now. Oh, that's so unfortunate. I should have predicted that, huh? Imagine his voice as a depressed shonen protag. I don't have it in me to be a shonen protag. I tell my friends, I'm dense like a shonen protag though. I don't know how to explain it, but I always find myself like in the... I don't know. I think it's just because I'm very naive. When I get presented with a situation, I'm like, huh? I have a theory. Remember the article that I advised not to drink water? Reckon I ate fish and chips with fish from that polluted river. The fucking... His eating habits was what got him in the end. Not the bullet. No, no, no. The science wasn't advanced enough. But if it was, they would have found out that he actually died from the fish and chips, not the bullet wound. That just happened at the same time. Gregson, no! Reaper, is this reference to the unknown London serial killer Jack the Ripper? I do wonder if it is like that, but we do know that Jack the Ripper is actually shown in the House of Horrors. So the waxwork museum that we saw in the last case. I don't know if you got to see it, Poker Castle. But there's like a little museum that you can see, and it displays like killings, I guess. And the one on the right, I've been told, is supposed to be Jack the Ripper. Usually I have Lunar New Year here in April. Yeah, we usually, for us, for my family anyways, we do it at the same time as Chinese New Year, which is at the end of January, start of February. I don't know what the date is, I forgot. I'm pretty sure it's in January again. Which, by the way, if I remember correctly, it's gonna be the year of the snake. Which I'm kinda excited for. We had the year of the dragon this year. And then we had the year of the bunny slash cat, depends where you're from, last year. It's just all the banger animals. Wait, context, wait, sentence! Wording! Yes, death ASMR. What? Well, since I'm gonna be drawing a lot, I feel like I won't be able to like handle just drawing only bunnies. Well, since most of it's gonna be coloring, I will definitely just like do different kinds of drawings. If you guys somehow convince me to do black quill, God fucking forbid what I'll become that stream. This is the worst day of the year for me, I think? Oh no, Penta! I hope the day gets better for you. Just relax today, man. You have my permission to treat yourself when you can, okay? Thank you for stopping by anyways. If you're feeling this bad. It's okay to jump off and, you know, take care of yourself, alright? Don't be too hard on yourself.
Hold it!
You're investigating the inspector. What on earth for?
Oh, so helpful. Excuse me.
I'm not at liberty to say.
Sorry?
I'd identify a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in a case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed.
Is the court to understand then that on the day in question you followed the victim to the scene?
No, I was privy to his movements in advance.
How?
I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry.
You illegally entered the man's office.
In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense.
As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Zykes?
I was aware of the possible consequences.
So, in summary, you're investigating the victim, and yet, you refuse to tell the court why.
Didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath.
I can't! I fucking...
Why did I ever think I could defend this man?
Hold it!
Had you ever been to the address before?
No, never. I only learned of the place as a result of my investigation into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything.
I was just gonna say, apparently we found out that little photo on his desk, and you're telling me that you didn't see it, even though you broke in? It's because you have a knack for going into rooms without fucking light. Not when you found yourself in this situation. But at 5 p.m. the sun would only have just gone down. It would still have been reasonably a light outside.
The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky.
From out the inside?
Huh? What did I read?
From outside, so it was extremely murky inside.
I did say outside. I said...
I would have noticed that the victim was already lying on the floor. There's no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, but I couldn't say for certain.
Look, Mr. Naruto. There's a small desk in the room just here. Yes, I remember, and there was an oil lamp on it, as well as the framed photograph.
When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate.
And what did you find?
Nothing. Never actually reached the desk.
Hold it!
So who fired the gun?
I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room.
But you said it was very dark in there.
Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is I didn't sense another's presence.
Aha, then could it be that the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room?
No, that's out of the question.
Oh?
Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder.
Ugh. It's going to be bad to worse. It's going from bad to worse.
And you say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor. Correct, and I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part.
Presumably then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took in your hands.
In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not.
What?
The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder.
But then, where on earth is the gun that was fired?
Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I'm afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know that.
As we press onto every one of his little statements, it just gets worse. Man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume.
That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street.
Who are these merchants?
A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements saying they heard the gunshot. With the thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened.
Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she?
Burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process.
But you're supposed to be the Reaper.
First man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled. Policeman patrolling a... A policeman...
Kazuma.
Policeman patrolling a fresh...
The fumble was crazy.
A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion, was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear?
I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and suddenly there it was.
Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand?
At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more.
I see.
After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson.
Most curious circumstances indeed.
How the inspector was killed or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea.
Objection!
Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Baroque Van Zyks, is lying on multiple fronts.
What is this music? What is this BGM, bro? I thought I was getting back into it, but I feel like I'm gonna break down again. What is that supposed to mean?
Good gracious, counsel! The defender's lying, you say? In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. That's correct. No, that's impossible. as proven by this candelabrum. Candelabrum. How does that prove anything? If we examine the tip of the lung counter, you can see it has been blown off by a powerful impact. One would assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle. The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly at different lengths. I guess, yes, you can see that only the candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long. Would reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together, which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others.
That must be because the particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning.
That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would still have been burning, so the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabrum. And the accused's claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. Now, to the next lie.
There's more?
The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings.
Yes, that's right. We saw it too.
Goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they include a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago.
10 years ago? This is starting to sound familiar.
There's a common thread linking all the documents on the board.
Indeed, what is this common thread, Counsel?
They're all related to cases prosecuted in court by Baruch van Zykes.
All of them?
And furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted. Good lord! Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper.
Oh no!
In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout, and his base of operations.
The Reaper's hideout?
And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been to his own secret hideout? No one would believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards.
Backwards? Explain, Counsel! Oh my god, we're getting absolutely mowed!
Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand.
What? Why does he stand so frugally?
Order! Very well, I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Baruch van Zykes is an outstanding prosecutor. He has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret that I must concur with Prosecutor 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts. All I've done is state the truth as I know it.
Custom has done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case. And it's formidable.
Counsel, you'll submit the board that you just showed the court as evidence. I believe it to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence. Thank you, my lord. How do I sound edgy?
Notice board. A freestanding notice board completely covered in notes and articles relating to the victims of the Reaper of the Bailey. Ah! Bit my tongue. I was gonna show it. Shy. Ha! Let's read it.
There's always something on the back. Let's look at the front first.
Details of a whole raft of cases dating back, years on here, aren't they? Aren't there? Oh, I'm scratching my eye. This paper from 10 years ago is browning with age, look. Out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here.
Oh, it's the same red-headed League advertisement that Mrs. Sholmes had picked out.
And do you remember? There's a red hairpiece at the scene too.
Inspector Gregson an exponent of the Red-Headed League then?
Oh, what's this? Mr. Naruto, look!
Ah, yes, it's a smudge of some kind. In fact, it looks just like a handprint.
And the color, that's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing.
Updated notice board. There's a bloody handprint on the backside.
And now the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses who saw events unfold in the day in question.
Mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember.
Yes, the street sellers who heard the gunshot went running into the room. Very well, lead the witnesses in. The defendant may step down from the witness stand.
Certainly, my lord.
Oh no, this is where it gets really bad. I don't know how. Oh, wait, hold on. Who is that? Who is that on the right? Huh? That's a familiar face. Is that the peddler?
So witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
Names? We don't use names, far too fancy for the likes of us.
We're just free and easy, so what we like, live where we want to live.
Oh dear.
Give them all a vacant stare as they will walk down for a start spin.
I'm sorry, I'll give him a normal voice. Said a few words into a verse for them. Would it be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street? Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passbys, you know? Jaunty little tidbits. Absolutely a smasher for you, sir. Right up your general, is it? It is. 6 pence is the price, not a penny less. Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now? Come on, sir. Tell me you're not interested.
Try the man.
Give him the money and see what it is.
Pay the man. Pay the man. Not Kazuma, like, inciting this line of thought, and Susato also being like, okay, yeah, sure, and then the judge is like, do it. Alright, 6 pence it is. Here, I regret it, sir. Now, got your listening ears on. Just between us, a young couple on Slate Street have just had twins. Is that it? No, that's not it. It's gossip, isn't it? It wants to spread, but that bit's up to you and your mouth, of course. Got more, you know? Want another juicy one? 6 pence a piece it is, if you're curious. I am curious, yes. But what's going on just under that fat bottom lip of yours? Namely the unusual bruise or whatever it is that's poking out from under your collar. I didn't see that! No, I didn't get to look at him enough. I was so baffled by that bit.
What about the witness? What about the next witness then? What name do you go by and what do you sell?
Me? I'm Venus, that's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit? I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids.
Oh, damn!
6 pence a pot? What'd you say?
You weren't exaggerating with little. Do they actually sell?
Oh yeah? The second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them that if they get 100, they could blow up the school.
Not the most savory of ideas, young lady.
What'd you say then, eh? Wanna part with 6 pence for a pop?
Wait, what? You want me to buy one? Tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you can blow up the whole courtroom.
Try the woman. Give her the money and see if she's right. Pay the woman cancel. Alright, I'll buy one.
Lovely stuff, right then. There's something a bit extra just for you. The Venus special. Only 600 pence.
600?
It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about it, is there?
There'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey either.
What do you mean we get them as... What?
Why is this in the court record? Venus firecracker. The Venus special firecracker consisting of 100 smaller fireworks at 6 pence each. What sort of a bang could it make? You're not telling me this is the fucking gunshot. No fucking way you're gonna tell me this is the gunshot. It was one singular one though. So it'd have to be one of the firecrackers. Not just all them bundled up together. And the last witness, what name do you go by and what do you sell?
Think of me. Think of all sorts of thoughts. I think at all. Therefore I am. Therefore I think.
As I stand on the street watching the world go on about me, they call me the observator.
Get out of it, old man. It will cause you sandwich and you know it.
So you don't actually sell anything?
Problem shared is a problem halved, as they say. I give advice, I do think what it means.
Alright, chattering teeth. Songs.
Did I actually sell anything? No, come to think of it.
Pity. No more purchase today, please. I like Cosmo. Van Sykes wouldn't even like entertain the thought. He'd just like sit there like dot. Cosmo is just going straight in for it like, alright, bet. Man's the epitome of the word bet. Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems. They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene. I see, unless they've heard the gunshot, I suppose. Not only that, but they very bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witness the crime.
Well, I'd be... well, I'll be beggared, I thought. Just between us. Venus, Milo, what am I to say? What am I to do? I can't. What a terrible thing I saw.
It's too much of a diverse group. What I think is, if all what we see is light and shadow, but playing with our eyes, is any of it real? I mean, him being the thinkers is I like the observator for his name more. Sandwich is boring. Man's got some philosophical like stuff out there. Very well, the court will hear the formal testimony of these three witnesses now. I've already like forgotten all Venus's voice. Describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident. Witness's account.
So the whole thing from start to finish we did. Everything from the moment they went in the building. It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside and then we all heard a bang, big bang.
Ah, what is your voice? Why the hell did I forget it already?
Blow up the courtroom? sixpence and it.
Seems to... no more chattering. He's not cold anymore. You know why? Because I'm sweating. So he's not allowed to be cold because it's not fair. Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened.
Ran into the room and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body. I was scared after death. After death, me?
I was scared after death. Yeah.
So I ran off to find a copper. Arson! Let's blow up the courtroom!
If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Baruch Van Zykes.
See pictures of that Reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like. It's between us. Folk love stories like this. I've made myself a tidy sum already.
But wait, the room was just one of the several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. Well, those flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied.
Of course they are. They're small, damp, and dirty, and expensive to boot.
The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased.
And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐵.
Testimony the court has just heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. Becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime. No. Thank you for your candor, my lord. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witnesses. Yes, my lord. In a closed court like this, without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony. Somehow. Sixpence is already too much, and now 600 pence. We don't say he's gonna go in debt. He is! I can't believe we actually got it though. I thought that was just continuing the bit. But no, we actually have the fireworks on us. Actually, I didn't get to examine it, did I?
Have you had an idea, Mr. Naruto? You're staring at the end of the string of fireworks.
Sorry. It's just that it's the Venus special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like.
Shall we find out?
What? But she said it could blow up the courtroom. Alright, that was a fairly sizable bang.
My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruto.
Sounded almost...
It sounded almost exactly like...
Updated? Venus firecracker.
It goes off like a gunshot.
Why do I feel like that this isn't actually the gunshot? Like, if this is introduced at the start of the case, this means that this is here to bait you out. I don't trust these. I do not trust 600 pence worth of fireworks. Oopsie, I was not meant to click this. When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson, the defendant, Lord Van Zykes.
Suppose so. Like of us don't know the names of the high and mighty. I'll tell you one thing. It was the old Reaper that went in last, that's for sure and certain.
Just behind Inspector Gregson? They arrive at the same time as together. As each other. What am I saying? As each other.
And not at all. The first fella must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard that gunshot.
The victim arrived 15 minutes before? Are you sure about that?
Am I sure? Am I sure? Doesn't seem like... It doesn't seem likely that forgotten fellow is right red hair like that, does it? Venus! Arson! Yeah, his hair really were red, weren't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks, even.
That fiery red mob's still burnt. The inside of my eyelids it is.
Wait a minute. You're saying the man was a redhead?
Aren't you listening, chum? He was a redhead. And he had a big trunk with him as well.
But Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Seems like the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all. Some other third party.
No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct.
What?
Just have a look at this photograph of the victim taken at the scene.
Yes, that's Inspector Gregson, alright.
And a red hairpiece. Ah, of course. We saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we?
Still refuse to believe Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece there. So why on earth would he have been wearing something like that?
The color does seem to suit the man, one might say.
Photograph will be submitted as evidence, please, counsel. Photograph of the victim. A photographic print of the victim, Inspector Gregson. His body appears to be tightly curled up, and there's a red hairpiece on his, so I clicked too quickly. On his body? On his person. On his head.
It's very unfortunate.
He's actually dead. We actually get a photo of the body. No, he's gone. That actually makes me sad. We never got to see the body. No. No. What became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying?
I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene.
So it just disappeared.
Well, did you expect us to have been watching the burn every second year? We definitely saw him in the dock going in though. No question about that. We all heard a big bang.
Hold it!
By which presumably you mean the gunshot.
I sell these little things, don't I? How would I know what a gunshot sounds like? But I've always thought it probably sounds a bit like this, doesn't it?
You say that you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant here enter the building.
That's right. It was almost straight away. Bang! It went just like that. Oh, is the Reaper, is it? It's what the French call a
I thought we were done with the French. I thought we were finished with the French from the last case. What does that mean? Accomplished fact. Fait accompli. Fait... Oh. Is the A silent? Fait accompli.
When the Reaper's around, people are going in the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it?
I think we get the message.
Reaper can allow the inspector to live after he discovered his secret hideout. There can be no clearer motive for the crime.
Yes, it's only a mentally credible motive.
Right.
And at that point, you ran inside, is that correct? How do I sound as like a stern, edgy shonen protag?
Hold it!
So when Gossip ran to see what had happened, did you go too?
Well, me? I'm a bit happy. See, all the signs are that I can't move very well.
You were way behind, presumably, with that sandwich board around your neck and that big sign in your hand.
What a great burden you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sam Wedge, but is it possible you and I have met before? I'm not anybody, me. The signs are what makes me who I am now. I signed, therefore I am. So you weren't employed as an omnibus driver just under a year ago then? He's shaking more than ever in Oscar. Why did you say anything?
Might be mistaken, but I believe his trembling has intensified, Mr. Naruto.
Yes, I agree. He's clearly been through a lot. It's a trauma. Oh. Turn down King Henry Street and the Black Widower's arms is just there.
Dear, you've made him hide behind a sign.
Life is full of surprises. We may not be able to see a jury full of people that are familiar, but at least the witnesses are reoccurring.
Hold it!
So then you were the first person to arrive on the scene, is that right?
That I was. Kicked the door open like a professional I did and yelled out, "What's going on here?"
Levin Sykes claims all you heard was a man scream, though.
And was it dark inside the room?
No, not dark at all. A candle's burning on the wall.
Really?
There was a fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us, it's the first thing I notice when I go inside.
I see. The Lord Van Zykes claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall. It's either... Okay, there's a lot of things that could have happened, huh? I guess a big one is that maybe Van Zykes' vision got obscured. It's either that his vision got obscured, or this man is lying.
Next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body.
The accused, Baroque Van Zykes.
That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, won't deny it, but no lily-livered coward. Stood my ground and gave the Reaper a cold hard stare myself.
Was there anyone else in the room at the time?
Of course not. Not at first. Man, this old stiff came waddling long behind me, of course. Only him and mine.
You can't handle stairs so well, so as you can imagine. Especially on the way up. You couldn't have just failed to see someone?
It's a bit dingy in there, I grant you. The candles on the wall, and the lamp on the table.
There was no way anyone could have been hiding, you mark my eyes.
Ugh.
I'll press the statement after. You didn't run to the room with your friends.
Friends? I'm not that sort of girl.
Sorry?
I'm a timid little thing, me. I was too scared to go in there.
Ah, right. I see.
Old Lippy and
The witch.
ran in there, and then I heard a sort of old lady scream.
Well, that wasn't me, I swear. If I were a gentleman, I'd set my honor on it.
I wondered what on earth was going on.
Just when you went to find a policeman.
And I ran to a cop as soon as I turned the corner. So I brought him straight back to the place. Didn't I do well, eh?
Between us, a cop's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw the Reaper.
I never felt more uncomfortable in all my life. The offender was arrested on the spot, I believe. Considering the catalogue of killings the Reaper had carried out, it was a particularly spacious end. In a spacious end. If I can't find any holes in this testimony,
I'm afraid the judge will give a ruling of guilty, Mr. Naruto.
Truth is, though, their combined testimony is fairly damning.
Fortunately, there don't seem to be any obvious problems with their statements, do there?
So if Lord Van Zykes really is innocent, then I'm almost certain I will find something in there that doesn't quite add up.
You don't think that one of these three could be the true culprit, do you?
I don't know. But what I do know is that there's more to this case that has yet to be brought to light. This one?
Excuse me.
You have something to add, Mr. Sandwich. I'll tell you if you give me money. There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head I am, just 2 slices, no middle. So I don't know what you could want with me. Maybe you just remembered something. Having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean. What I think is, well, nothing's really. We tried to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers. Oh my god! Nihility! He follows the path of nihility! After his life, it went downhill anyways.
That's enough out of you, sandwich. Keep your mouth shut now. Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich.
When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over his backside. That's it.
You Russian beggar! I told you to keep that a secret!
He screamed, he did, screamed and scrambled off on all fours. That's all I wanted to say. What a snitch. He has nothing left to lose, clearly. Mr. Gossip, is this true?
The fool was dead slippery, that's what. Blood in my hand and a filthy pool of blood and I? Yuck! What? A pool of blood? Listen here, even when I was spoiled on the floor, I still kept giving the Reaper a cold hard stare. Don't you forget it.
Let's just go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hand?
I did, eh? Happens to the best of us at times, doesn't it? So I was scared, so I slipped over. We can keep it between us, can't we?
No, Mr. Gossip. I'm going to have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony.
Ugh, if I must.
Is that handprint his? The one on the board.
Hold it!
You wiped your hand on the floor.
Well, who wants blood on their hands, eh? Horrible stuff. Might have thought I'd done it, huh? No duh.
You didn't think that might be a problem?
Doesn't really matter if I left a few grubby handprints on the floor. They'll get cleaned up in the end, won't they? That makes such a fuss. That's the message from all of us.
I think Cosmo's only finding out about this. Something wrong, Counsel? No, my lord. I didn't remember anything in the report about a bloody handprint on the floor, that's all.
Don't come at me with all that. You can't intimidate me. I know what I did. I wiped it off. On the floor. The blood.
Wonder. Could that be what happened? Isn't that all? I don't have all the answers yet, but I think we may have just uncovered a vital clue. Is this updated or is it still the same? Sometimes it does update after you press, but I think that's usually further in the trial. This, right?
Objection!
So you wiped out the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. You're quite sure about that?
Well, what else did you expect me to have done, eh? Does it really matter?
The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the defense asserting? If you listen, you'll find out. Prosecutor Sogi. Certainly, there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There's a handprint in blood left very clearly at the scene, on the back of this notice board.
Ah, yes, indeed. Indisputably a handprint in the distinct color of blood.
Ah, you did right! That's my right hand! I'd know it anywhere!
Objection.
Actual hero.
The witness very definitely testified that he wiped his hand on the floor.
See, he's lying about the room being bright then.
Any handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant. Not if the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness's handprint to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room to the victim in an upright position. Given it had somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time, it would have been a considerable distance from the body.
I fell over when I came across the body, so I was basically right next to the corpse, and on the other side of the room.
In other words, the defense assertion is contradictory.
I'm just giving him Van Zyke's voice anyway. It's just cause I can't. What else? These two basically have the same voice in my head. The only distinction is that Renosuke is like not as composed, while Kazuma is more composed. Like that's it. Like two 20-year-old boys. 21? 24. Wait. Was Kazuma the same age or was he older? Ah!
Yes, it is. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason. Together, you formulated a proper hypothesis, Counsel, regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the scene. I have, my lord.
Huh?
Discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint is explained by another handprint, the board moving, false testimony. I think it's false testimony.
If we were to believe in the fact that Van Zyke's is correct with the room being dark and he couldn't see a single body until it suddenly appeared. It lines up with the fact that maybe the room was too dark and then they wouldn't have been able to see where the body was. What did he say? I fell over when I came across the body, so I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room. Right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room. The board moving. I mean, you could ascertain these are, wait, but implies two different things. The board moving means, okay. Like, it would have been here, right? Outwards. If he'd fallen over, we know that the blood was here. He'd been right next to the body that his handprint fell. Why were you so close to the body then? That means he would have been, and then where was Van Zyke's? Like this is why the he went into the room. Van Zyke went into the room and it was like he saw this, but he didn't see it in the corner. Like he didn't sense a presence in the room until he heard a shot. Before he could reach the table, he was probably here, right? He was probably here. And then people barged in to see him. We know that the blood was here though. I can understand a moving body, but there'd be traces of where the blood was. Saving again. I think it's false testimony about the light. Aren't we kind of adamant on the fact that Van Zykes did say has yet to be brought to light? Isn't that foreshadowing? Isn't that a pun too? Come on. Board moving. If the board moving. Well, I could be wrong. It could be the board moving. Witness claims to have wiped his bloody hand on the floor, yet no signs of that remains at the scene. The simplest explanation is that the witness is lying. Because the simplest explanation doesn't make it the correct one. You're Japanese. Hey, you didn't need to go that far! Fucking brutal! Crossing her simplistic thinking in you. Wait. Wait. Sorry. There's a part of me that's like, I don't regret not finding out how fucking ruthless he was. Also, yeah, he's speaking like it's his father. We'll start to consider all possibilities. Why the light situation is inconsistent? It'd be funny if it wasn't the board moving either. There can't be another handprint. Handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court can see, it's upside down. Oh, wait, that is... Wait, no, but if it falls over and then he... Oh, wait, no, but if he fall back... Wait, how did he fall? Wait, he fell on his backside. Meaning this would have been his... You said that was his right hand, no? If you fall backwards... Yeah, if he fell backwards, it would have been this way. Eh? Well, it depends... Wait, actually... Wait, I'm becoming stupider. I'm sorry, Cosmic grilling me absolutely destroyed any level of confidence I had in me. If the witness has put his hand against the board, the finger should be pointing upwards.
What does that tell us? It tells one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested, which means that after the incident, it must have been moved.
Objection!
You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting? Then tell the court who.
I don't know that yet, but the point is...
When you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point. And that would be the position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord.
I have a bad feeling about this.
The council must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. Ha 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 ha. It's Gregson, isn't it? Because that's where the blood is. If you were to This is what I get for not being able to understand things unless I visualize them. The fingers should be pointing upwards. If the witness had his hand against the board. Yeah, so it would have been on. So it would have been. If. Let me look at the handprint again.
What?
So he would have been pointing it. Wait, if it's your right hand here, and then you push it like this, meaning, wait, no, that's if he's here. That doesn't make sense. That is a fucking abnormal handprint. Okay, his right hand and then he gets pushed. If this was his right hand, yeah. Meaning, for this would have been toppled over and he would be here. Okay, and then his hand would be out. Okay, I can visualize it now. I don't know why that was so fucking difficult for my brain. Okay. If he were to fall on the, if he were to fall on his backside, he touched it and then he went to wipe it on the floor. It would have to be next to the body then. I don't know how exact I can be about this. If it toppled over here and then he fell next to the body, he would have just wiped it here. Unless it was on the actual body. I've already taken an L from Kazuma.
I did not click that. No way the game was that lenient. That's not fair. Just give me the L. No way. Immediately adjacent to the doorway. No! Well, I chose to where it would have fallen down to, huh?
You know what? I shouldn't complain. The whiplash. Okay, I gotta get my shit together after being told off. Locked in miyuu. Locked in. If the court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark, and he couldn't see the body.
Fuck!
The nurse board had been here, the body would have been completely
hidden from view. Oh, because he went to close the door again. The light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker.
Objection.
But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him.
That's true. Or, in his precise words,
Door flew open and I heard a man scream. Only then did the body of the Inspector Gregson appeared before me.
I don't know about calling it a scream, but it was talking about me and no mistake. Because it was me that kicked the door open.
you look again at the floor plan.
Is it really that simple? I thought it'd be a little bit more to it.
Consider what would happen if the door to the room was thrown open with force.
That can't be!
The door struck the notice board, knocking it over and making the victim's body visible.
Gracious!
Client has told nothing but the truth, simply described what he saw.
Ah!
Order, Counsel. How has this not come to light before now? After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it to the position where the police, myself, and my colleague saw it when investigating the room.
Witness, what do you say for yourself?
What? Me, my lord?
You and your fellows were there at the scene before anybody else. Goes without saying that you must have known something about the position of the notice board. Witnesses in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime.
So looking over.
Wasn't such a state of panic that I forgot what your voice is.
Stop looking over your glasses at me. I get the message. Look in.
Mystery of the moving board.
I don't know anything about their notice board. I just wiped my hand on it, that's all.
Oh, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was just doing business with some second years at the time. I don't know anything about it. I'm just a bystander to me. It's a sign at the crossroads of life.
Oh, sorry, Pie Bear. It's got a face that screams bored.
I see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot. Oh god, he makes a point.
And none of you can elaborate further. Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light of a few candles and an oil lamp by which to see. Can't expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what happened.
That's right, yeah. You don't pay to expect too much.
It's man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world.
That's what I think.
Do you? Really? In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could have possibly committed this crime is Brock Van Zykes. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact.
Quite so.
Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances? Why, certainly, my lord.
We have to. We have no choice. We pursue, counsel.
Hold it!
So you admit that it was the board you wiped your bloody hand on? Well, shit, my handprints there. Oh! Second time this week, my dearest father came to jump scare me. It's so hard to mute in time. Oh!
My heart can't take this anymore. The stream may kill me. I was just gonna say my dear father came in to ask me something, and then my mum, my dearest mother came in as well. Just immediately following. Didn't you guys both have gone in at the same time? Just back to back. But she just came in to give me a snack. I don't think I'm gonna be able to survive today. If I have one more jump scare, this may be it for me. What snack do I have? I actually don't know what it's called. I'm sorry. I've eaten it before, but I don't know what it's called. I'm pretty sure the flavor is pandan though. I just can't remember what the inside is called again. Fuck my heart, dude. Okay, wait, hold on. I need to calm down. Like, I actually got... If I had a heart rate monitor, Jesus Christ, you would see that shit spike the fuck up. I'm sorry. I'm just going to eat this. It was given to me, I'm going to eat it. I'll eat half of it and I'll put it away when I need a snack. Eating it because I really like the flavor. Man. No more. They should sit over there. Okay. I'm gonna drink all my water soon. Okay. Wiped your bloody hand on it.
Admit it? What's to admit? It's their plainest day for all to see, smashing print on my right hand.
Perhaps you wanted to hide that handprint, so you righted the notice board and pushed it into the corner, did you?
No. Imagine the weight of that great lump. I look like a powerful and well-nurtured man.
Well, did you see anybody else moving the board?
Oh, nerves are still, I can tell you, but even I have my limits. That was a body on the floor in front of me, and the Grim Reaper himself standing over it. That was a precious little light inside either. My bottom lip was quiver.
In other words, this witness is unable to give definite testimony on that point. Yes. So it would seem.
Hold it!
When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks.
Yeah, what else? There's the Priory School just around the corner, see? Those cheeky little so-and-sos have got a plan to blow up their school to kingdom come. I've been telling on them, letting their teachers know what they're up to.
Oh, you have? God, you guys are little snitches.
Yeah, wouldn't want anyone to get hurt, so I let the school know these kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off him. And then, praise the Lord again. The kids all come back to me to buy more. Everyone's happy, see?
Oh my god, that is insane business tactic. What a racket.
Of course, and sometimes the teachers give me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know. It's a little old life selling explosives.
I just need to know that you're not you're the one selling the explosives. To be able to keep this business going if they just don't find out. Venus is a guileful goddess indeed.
Well, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing, really. I'm ever so good at it.
Oh god, you're a little snitch again, aren't you? Let's continue this one. Ugh, scary. The important point is you didn't go inside the room where the inspector was killed, isn't that right?
Definitely not. Wouldn't have dreamt of it, would I?
I wanna examine everything just in- oh, no, press everyone before pursuing a new line of dialogue, just in case we get something slightly different. Did you go to see what had happened in the room? But you did go to see what happened in the room. There's no truth. It's my whole world. It's all I know, and I know all of it. I have to make it my business to know if I want to hold my sign up high. So you did go to see what had happened? It's not the destination that's important. It's how you get there, isn't it? Did you notice the notice board in the room? If you think about it, we're all both the same species, aren't we? We're different members of the sign family. So I spotted it. I might have tried to trip it up out of a sense of rivalry. I meant someone really needs to tell you that you're a Homo sapiens, not Homo sinians. Does that mean you didn't notice the board? Renoske. I can only repeat what I said before. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life. In which case, just who was responsible for moving the notice board?
Hold it!
What exactly do you mean by that?
Oh, come on, huh? Don't tell us you not notice. Looks like he hates everything in the world, that fella. Notice spots? No one thinks he likes. You can see it in his eyes.
I can't say I'd never noticed. Oopsie.
Tell you one thing for free, though. Never took my eyes off that man on the floor, or off the Reaper, not for a second.
Sorry?
Oh, I was that scared, I couldn't. You never know what a feeling like that might do to you if you look away, do you?
If you didn't take your eyes off the defendant, you should be able to confirm categorically whether or not he was the one who moved the notice board.
That I can. Oh, the Reaper did nothing of the sort. I can swear to that. I couldn't have missed it. If it heaved the thing upright again and jacked it into the corner.
Right, glad we've cleared that up. What happened to the face that screams bored? Feel your pain, Cosmo.
Hold it!
It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon that you all heard the loud bang, wasn't it? Ow, my back. What the fuck? Posture check. Oh, what the hell? I just got back pain all of- Ah! Ah! Guys, I'm ruined today. This is it. This is it for me. Maybe Notable fell over, or maybe it didn't. Maybe I fell over, or maybe I didn't. But the Reaper's fate is sealed either way because of the gunshot we all heard. So your fate's sealed too. My fate? That's right, the defense is fated to lose, and the prosecution to win. In other words, it all hinges on that single gunshot. So I could just find some problem with that part of the story.
May it be possible to change all our fates.
Of course, none of that changes the fact that I heard what I heard, does it? Can I move this on my back? But not much to go on.
As you pointed out, Mr. Naruto, there's no question that the notice board was moved, so somebody must have done it.
It did happen after the event, so maybe Cosmo is right and it's not relevant to the case.
But it seems to have been deliberately positioned so as to hide the body from view. So I feel sure that there's some deeper significance to all of this.
Yes, I know what you mean.
I've no doubt there are more clues to be uncovered. On the right track, I can feel it. So follow your instincts.
Right then. My instincts is to press this statement right here.
Hold it!
You want to shit talk again for us, sir? Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich? If I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it? No. Did Miss Venus's statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Philosophical thoughts. Deep philosophical thoughts. Hmm? Let's say there was a great liar, and that great liar said without batting an eye, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing, I'm ever so good at it. Would those words of hers be a lie too, or the truth, in which case she's not a liar? Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one, don't you think? Not entirely sure, to be honest, but it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying, are you?
What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that, and I'll wrap your whole body in fireworks and set them off. I'll give you something to tremble about.
You have a startling and disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady. So Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich? He isn't saying anything. The silence is loud. It means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Can you elaborate, please, sir? Oh, blabbermouth, they are headed for the room where the gunshot seemed to come from. But there was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him, too. That's right. That rotten liar over there. You mean to say that you did in fact take yourself to the scene of the crime after all?
What did I tell you, eh? I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I?
Yes, you mentioned it.
Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it?
I knew firecrackers packed such a punch. You did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief!
Oh, now you come to mention it. I suppose, perhaps, I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah?
Either you clearly remember it or you don't! Oh, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurious act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth.
Oh yes, my lord, of course.
She's crazy, bro.
Hold it!
I remember the match girl being like this. Make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus?
Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I'd take everything I say with a big pinch of salt.
Right. You did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you?
Oh, please, as if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying.
The truth, please.
Well, alright, just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know?
Did you touch anything at the scene?
Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor.
The truth, please.
Well, alright, just a bit then. I had a look to see if there was anything I could tell. So I did give the place a once over, but it was nothing to write home about.
Right, now I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you?
Oh, please, as if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bit of loose change is all I had.
The truth, please.
Well, alright then. I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. Having underneath it all. So I blasted the flipping thing. Sorry, flipped the blasted thing.
You're telling us that you did move that board?
I think that did slip out, didn't it?
You deaf bombot! I don't believe it, the girl doesn't think. hold on. A young girl, she says. How old is she? We don't know. Oh, she's the peddler, yeah. She's the one selling things. We're the sign guy. Oh, they're both peddlers, I forgot. He's selling gossip. I forgot that's technically a way to sell things. So he did get 6 pence from us, so the business is working. So did you find anything then? Something you might have taken, perhaps, to sell?
Oh, please, I should be so lucky.
The truth, now!
I might have found this old pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose. But a bit of junk like this can't be worth much if you ask. Ah! So it was you, was it? You're the one what took it! Gina?
Young lady, may I remind you where we are?
That watch there. That's a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for a bigger case sold 10 years ago. Professor case, no doubt. Boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was watching it for his grub to come at the pub. So, I swiped it off him once and blimey was he upset. He gave me a right earful. So he and Mr. Day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. Meant the world to him, that watch did.
Possibly not the best thing to go diving for then.
It's not all that though. I took it to Jabez that night to ask how much it was, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. Didn't give me a penny for it, said it wasn't working. Knocked about and worthless, he called it. Ugh, I knew I should have lifted it.
That watch must be submitted as evidence at once.
Oh, please? Just so long as you promise to give it back when we're done. Not a chance! I'll swipe it from you if you try to get your grubby mitts on it again.
That's enough. And the watch of the bailiff forthwith. Now, children, watch your manners. Good lord! Glass appears to be broken. More than likely it shattered when the inspector was shot.
It doesn't tick anymore either. Which is why Jabez didn't want it. What a waste, eh?
Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5. Exactly when the gunshot was heard then.
Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course.
Gregson's pocket watch. Inspector Gregson's pocket watch that he wound without fail every single day. It's no longer ticking and the glass over the face is cracked. It would appear that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved at least. As predicted, have very little bearing on the case. Now then continue with the cross-examination, please, counsel. That means we have to examine the watch.
Objection!
I misclicked the button. Just take it up the ass. Just take it. Just take it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It doesn't matter. I feel like I would have. I deserved it during the notice board situation, anyways. It's fine. For those wondering how I misclicked, it's because my arms are crossed. And when my hands are crossed, my brain thinks that the button I should be clicking is elsewhere. Doesn't make sense, but it messes my brain up. Gosh. Glass over the face really is badly cracked, look!
What a shame when Inspector Clear looked after it so carefully.
Imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you?
Yes, I should think so.
Very adept at things like this. Useful man to have around, in fact.
Kindly remember that he's a great detective, Mr. Naruto. An odd job man.
There's a tiny little stub sticking out from the small hole here, look.
Suppose there must have been a little knob or something on that for setting the time.
In that case, seeing as we know the inspector took such good care of his watch, probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it?
Yes, of course.
Which could mean that there's a small part of the watch still at the scene, maybe. Ah, there's a tiny little keyhole here. Can you see it?
Oh, yes. That's probably for the window used to wind up the mechanism.
Looks a little unusual, don't you think?
Yes, you need just the right key to wind it, I imagine.
Why do I feel as though I've seen something? Something a bit like a key that's about the right size to fit in this hole.
It'd be wonderful if we had the key. Let's check carefully over what we've already found.
Have I not found the key? What have I not... Oh, I don't think I've actually examined yesterday's evidence. Oh my god. Wait, hold on. Let's do that. I never actually looked over the evidence from yesterday. Hold on. Okay. So this got updated to a steamship ticket. This is paper. Did I ever read this? I did. No, I didn't. What the fuck was I doing yesterday? You know what? It's fine. We get this information today, and I'll get to remember it. No. Yes. No. Yeah. What? Notice of dismissal. 25th of June. Chief Warder Daily Vigil is relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for prisons. All rights to redundancy, pay, and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Reason for dismissal: aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of convict, redacted, just prior to his execution. Details of this escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. Prison Governor Barry Kyden. Additional notes. Indications that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the conviction's incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. Oh. Oh, fuck. Ah, there are some black marks here, look.
Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks.
Perhaps the bullet struck the candle here, do you think? It's only this one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems.
Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them.
There's not really much else to examine but the scorch mark ones, huh? No? Always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looks like.
That doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruto. You always wanted to see what lies beneath, do you?
Not sure that's quite how I'd put it. You must have to use lots of bird lime to keep it in place on your head, so it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean.
That might be a little inconvenient when you want to take it off again, don't you think? Helmet of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear.
Not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. The head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if somebody has enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. Shall we try twisting it around and around too, for fun?
What's that? It appears to be some sort of key.
It's tiny though. Could be a key for a door. Not at that size. What is it for, I wonder? Figurine updated. Giving it a twist causes key-like shaft to pop out from the base. It's got a third leg. Mr. Soto, do you think perhaps this key could be the key for the Inspector Gregson's watch? I couldn't even get the extra dialogue because I already... Oh, it's whatever.
Oh, yes! It could be! Let's try it at once. There's not a moment to lose.
Insertion! Knew it.
perfect fit.
And look, Inspector's watch has started going again.
Ah, so it has obviously just not been wound up, that's all. What is it, Mrs. Soto?
Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could have profound implications.
She's deep in thought now. Perhaps I'd better start thinking deeply too. No? Updated pocket watch. Having wound it up, it started ticking again. So this is where the little policeman figurine's key goes in to wind the watch, winding it up every single day for 10 years without fail.
Yes, it was obviously a thing of great importance to the Inspector.
A reminder of the past as he forget. We don't have it with us anymore. Anyways, I forgot to examine the gun. So this is the type of revolver that's standard issue for the members of the judiciary then?
Yes, when I asked about whether records are kept about who they're issued to, I was told that for the past 5 years, they've been engraved with unique serial numbers. Unique serial number.
As far as I can tell, there's nothing like that on this gun.
Which tells us that it must have been issued longer ago than that.
Not much else that we can examine about the gun. We've been told that this one didn't have the smell of gunpowder. Van Zyke said that this one didn't shoot. This isn't the one that shouldn't have shot him. Yeah, this is just a picture. This is also just a picture. That should be everything now. I've examined properly everything. What is this updated now? It started ticking up again. Okay, hold on. What's the updated dialogue here? Any? No. Hi, Paula! How are you today? Open. Right. Still died when we heard the gunshot. That's all. Wait, so am I to try and because what we found out now doesn't really help us, right? We're talking about the notice board at the moment, so what does that mean? We know that she's the one that put it. Unless the. I can try and present this.
Objection!
No. I'm not going to save, I'm just going to load. But then what about the notice? Oh, hold on, let me press her statement again.
Hold it!
Oh, notes updated. You certainly know how to lie.
Oh, it was nothing, really. Just a little porky.
Not so little implications.
Did you know? Everything in the world apart from the truth is a big fat lie. If you believe that, of course.
I'm lost. As am I. This desecration of the truth is really rather disturbing. Perhaps we should move on to the next witness. It doesn't help! Hold on. Just have my hand on it, that's all. Sneak along beside Gossip and have a little peek into the room where it all happened. Notice board, notice board, notice board. You want me to examine the handprint again? Updated now? No. Good, you. I'm doing good as well. I'm slowly descending into madness though, because I fear this trial is going to destroy me.
But good.
Speaking of descension into madness, I'm not too sure where I'm supposed to be pressing on. Continuing statements always gets me. And this one's even more annoying. Hide body from your view. This changes and oh wait, so less of the gunshot ball, how this changes anything anywhere. So I'm supposed to present the watch here?
Objection!
I was reading the wrong statement, maybe. I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Oh? At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key? And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built on. Council! The watch was stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock!
Yeah, which is just when we heard that gunshot.
Is exactly the hour. Sorry, I'm in as a boy.
Exactly, Arrow.
The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock.
Objection!
Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. So it's obviously when this crime was committed. No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago. Wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come back to the pub. Just a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. Victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he'd wound that timepiece on the evening before he died as well. Yes, that would be entirely reasonable. But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day. Oh, okay. I was just trying to prep my voice for their voices, but then we're just.
Oh, how do you explain it then?
In summary, evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch.
You can't mean... Or would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single day, every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead. Counsel, that is the most extraordinary claim. Extraordinary isn't the word, it's absurd. You claim he was already dead the night before? You really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that?
On that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. The time of death is not noted.
That's right.
Wait a minute, you're forgetting that my legs went from... from under me when I kicked the door in?
What do you mean?
Like I said, planted my hand in a dirty great puddle of blood.
Yes. The victim's blood hadn't dried, it was fresh.
Catches on fast, doesn't he?
But the blood could be explained in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured over the victim's body after... Conjecture. Is my lead...
No. Why are you telling me that?
Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner?
Well, it didn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human.
Problem is currently being researched. At present, you are correct. It is beyond our abilities. So then a chicken's blood could have been used, for example.
It's certainly a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all.
Objection.
But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it though? What?
Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, is it beyond the realms of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all?
Oh, please, what are you trying to say? As I know what we heard, it was a loud bang that came from their room. Listen to me, street seller's ears,
you have your whip. I don't doubt your ears, sir. All you can state with certainty is that you heard a noise.
Explain yourself then, counsel.
A noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with... I can probably just pull this one.
Take that!
Scratch my head! I hit my gun. Please don't break.
Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot. But gracious! The very fireworks that are sold by the witness.
Now, on a minute, are you saying I did it?
My pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway. See?
Got 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. As the court can now attest, sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. You're trying to suggest that somebody set one of those fireworks off at the scene? Suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for those peddlers on Fresno Street to hear. But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firework, the only person present to cause that bang was Baroque Van Zykes.
One whiff of a match and my firecrackers go pop. See? It's why people like him.
Feel for your fingers, young lady. Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learnt of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a time bomb. Good heavens, a bomb! Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like.
Snarl, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident.
No, wait. It's the whenever you like part that's important.
A time device?
Yes, exactly. A time device.
Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. The device that was able to produce the sounds of a gunshot long after the culprit had left. Extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, counsel. What? What proof do you have to suggest in any way that a timed device was employed to create this gunshot sound? Huh? Can't deny nothing is going on with this little tiny brain of mine. What? Timed device was employed. Timed device that was employed. What, the watch itself? This. Only makes sense if it's a watch. Because this was hidden.
Take that!
No? You're suggesting this could have been used as some sort of time delay device? I did think so, my lord, but becoming increasingly clear that we've all been very misguided here. Yes, by you. Yeah, I thought so. Time device? Timed? What do you mean timed device? Time. Was employed to create the gunshot sound. Proof. 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 Was employed. What? Is it because wait, if okay, wait. So we were under the assumption that if he was shot, this scorch mark could have been from the gun, but if we're following Renosuke's line of thinking with the inspector actually dying at a different time, this scorch mark could have been produced something else? Because it is weird how these two are melting, but this one is still long. I mean, I can try, but...
Take that!
God has already discussed the tip of one of the candles in this candle broom has been blown off. Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet, which presumably passed through the victim. I mean, I'm just kind of ready to reload the save file. I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible. Why? Because of the scorching. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle. There are. Goodness, yes. Is it not the case that this was also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry wound? That's right, there was. Because as we heard earlier, scorching that only occurs when the target is at very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun. Which means that the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. Suggesting it came from the fireworks?
How could that be, eh?
The fact that there's such visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Oh, okay, I get it. Or to put it another way, the candle and the fireworks were joined together. Culprit somehow attached the fireworks at a point partway down the candle. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burned down along with the other two, until eventually ignited the fuse of the firecrackers, generating a loud see his wig. The judge's wig. That is how these three witnesses came to believe they've heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. Well, what a plot! This implies that the victim could have died earlier than we've been led to believe. The previous day even. Oh, that does explain the scorch marks.
Now, just hold your horses. Oh, I was here. Saw the victim go into the building, remember?
I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair even if I wanted to. The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Obviously, anybody can wear a wig. The person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been somebody else entirely, wearing the red hairpiece. Somebody else? Do you mean to say? It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. Other words, Inspector Gregson's killer. Very impressive, Renosuke and Naruto. Kazuma? I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? Also noted the lack of time of death in this report. Stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired. Order! Prosecutor Sogi! What on earth do you mean by that statement? Hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today, so we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopwatch is just conjecture, but while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it. Well, certainly, I would agree with you. What immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing, and where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard. Even within the Yard. However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, so it's fairly apparent what case the man was pursuing. Wouldn't you, my learned friend? To have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating. Yes, I agree. Surely. My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death.
Oh my god, the butterflies that I get from Cosmo talking to Inosuke.
Rural counsel, present your argument to the court. I am? What evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident? The Red-Headed League, no?
Take that!
I believe this red hair piece points to the answer. We might assume it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation. Surely not, such a brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable. Yes, that's quite true. Would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd. Except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League? So, you'd already worked it out. What on earth is all this about? There's such an extraordinary league of gentlemen.
Oh no.
Yeah. The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception. Deception of what, Council? They've been targeting red-headed men across all of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once. 2 redheads! Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece. It's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. And it's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events. I concur that we cannot, in good conscience, leave this new avenue unexplored. Well done, Mr. Narada! Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us, at least. Prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the chargeman to appear. Bring these 2 Red-Headed League conspirators before me, Prosecutor Asogi. At once, my lord. Very good. We'll have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned. We survived. We survived.
To be continued?
What do you mean to be continued? I thought we'd just keep going. Hey, how long is this bit gonna be now? Wait, hold on, I'll do it here. $12:33 p.m. Surely we can keep going. I think there's a good time for me to take a quick break as well. More so to just refill my water. Since I drank through a good amount of it. And I'll probably finish the rest of my snack. Wait to use candles as a time delay. Something happens once a certain amount of the wax is melted. I hate that I didn't think of that. I just thought that the length of the candle was weird. And that was what I went by with. But you were correct, yes. Why am I helping? It does help me though. It's technically figuring it out together. The only reason why I don't want like backseating is more from people that do know like what the answers are and like how the story goes. If you like make a good argument about it, about your line of thought, then it's like I think that's fine because I'm more than happy to just to use it. Also, me is very dumb. But yes, you are right. Good line of thinking. I don't know why I didn't connect that together. Hopefully, okay, maybe the game did it to be continued to reset our HP. Surely my HP is reset now, right? It's like full now, surely? I don't know if I can go on any longer into the trial with the amount of HP that I have. I can always reload the save file, but
Recently, I've been misclicking a lot, so that's more concerning than anything. Okay, anyways. We do a 5-minute break. Hopefully the water boils in time, which it usually doesn't, but we try anyways. Okay. Take a small recess, everyone. So go get your hydrations as well and get a snack. Go to a bathroom break, stretch, take a walk. We shall reconvene.
I have fucked up the ratio of my hot water yet again. Anyways, we are back. I went to finish off my snack, and then I immediately picked up a new one. But, the funny thing is, the snack that I was given, it was half eaten. So I only just like, ate the other half, right? So now I went to eat another full... I really don't know what this is called. I went to eat, get another snack and then eat half of it. And now I don't want to eat it anymore. It tastes really good. Like, don't get me wrong. It's more that kind of thing where I kind of get sick of it. Those kinds of food that you get sick of it if you eat too much of it. So I just have a half of it here. That, I guess I'll stress eat that one again later. Yes, we're back. I hope everyone is ready, because I'm not. But we're gonna go in anyways. Call yourself dumb, that's Borg's job. Really is, huh? God forbid I let the man, turn the man, jobless. Also, fortunately for us, it's not Borg anymore, it's, what is it? Licking hurt his back. That is the new person that has, graced themselves into the stream now. I think Borg is gone. I do wonder how long, he's gonna keep the name for. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to take it seriously anytime that he comes into the stream and I just see licking Hoda's back. I really should do that tier list stream. Of people rating people's backs. I hate that I could, like, properly do that. That is the kind of person that I am. Hey! I'm probably gonna continue. I hope it doesn't go too long. If it does go too long, I'm probably gonna cut it off. Like, even if it's like the near end of whatever the bit of the trial is. I might have to cut it off early for today anyways. But it's too early to me right now anyways. Like, I probably should, but I want to keep going. Especially after that, after what's happened there. I want to keep going. So, I guess... if this does go too for long, I gotta try and speed through it more than anything, huh?
There you are, Odo.
What kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Sholmes, do you know?
You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before. It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina.
As was I. Possibly more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. I was more shocked than all of you put together. Is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death noted. Suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission.
Dear, if it was deliberate, puts me in mind of the last case we worked on. And Dr. Sai.
I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Van Zykes discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating Redhead League. So perhaps something happened with them? Come to think of it. You had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income.
And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. Two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean. That's right, Suze. It was me what took him in. Thanks to a tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen.
Indeed, yours truly. It's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? It's just gonna be a crying kid. Oh god. Something doesn't quite make sense to me though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them?
Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth-hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income.
Tie him in with the same brush as you, Sholmes?
Yeah, well... Then there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zyke for some reason.
Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zyke, and Kazuma.
Well, as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow.
Gosh, I think you're right.
What's he really trying to achieve here today? It'd be funny if it was just a case of Van Zyke's being worried about Gregson, so that's why he went into the office and be like, he hasn't replied. Where is this man? And then, you know, things went out and about. It'd be really, really funny if that was the case, though. It wasn't just him. You'd think it'd be Van Zyke's being like, you know, trying to discover something and what was going on, he's trying to find something out. But then it's a case of his emotions actually taking hold for once. And it's just like, I was worried. That's why I snuck into his office. Like, what?
That's it?
Yes. Well, that's the only thing that he would lie about. He only tells the truth, but God forbid that he admits his feelings. Well, without showing proof, of course, because it took a photo for him to accept us as his lawyer. Whatever. All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. This recess will be over very shortly. Yes, you're right. Kazuma was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial, and he was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it that he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Can we not say that, please? At least have its second day investigation, because if this trial goes on for too long, I'm gonna be cooked! Are you ready then, Mr. Sato?
Yes.
We'll bowl. I'll continue. It's fine. It'll be okay. Don't worry. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. 1 PM. What room? Hey there. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Baroque Van Zyke, here present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Sogi. My lord, have you summoned the witness as requested? Yes, the 2 members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage. Very good. Bailiff, I usher the 2 men into the courtroom. Why are you eating? These 2 men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. I forgot. You're fucking... Why do we have another French in the chat? I mean, sorry, not in the chat. In the stand. Fabiano de Rousseau? Rousseau? Fabian de Rousseau. Rousseau. De Rousseau. Fabian. I'll be damned. A descendant of the great Rousseau family from Nice? In France. Hmm? What? Is that an actual... Huh? How do you say the city? Here.
Nice. From Nice in France. I'm gonna put your name back in again. Fabian de Ros. Hold on. Are you here yet? Yes. I forgot how to spell your name. It's A-U. Fabiano Orsu. Orsu. Nice, right? Nice in France. As he said. Esh. I can't believe I gotta leave the French fucking translator back on screen again. Ah, to be damned, I thought we were free from the last case. Alright. Fuck. I wasn't meant to click, I'm sorry. Let me get your name up. Peppino de Rossi? I hate how they pronounce R's because I can't say it. Peppino de Rossi. De Rossi. De Rossi. De Rossi. Rossi. De Rossi. De Rosu, De Rossi, De Rosu, De Rossi. I hope we refer to their first names. Peppino. My name is Peppino de Rossi. So it's son of the great familia de Rossi, the landowners from Napoli? Napoli.
The two men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. I'm not going to try. Those who graduated from Temsic as the future leaders of Europe. But do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Alors, and because my mission is to get the better of the world by employing the little grey cells of the little grey cells of my brain? That is all I am trying to do, huh? So that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Oui, you could say that.
Not bad, eh? There's a grand ideals with the petty plans. The strange combination is the charm of hilarious brothers. See, couple?
Listen to me, Peppino. I have two things to say to you.
Hey, Che?
Che? Are you about to tell me of your grandy anecdotes? Have you Firstly, I want to stop calling me this couple. Secondly, one of the hilarious brothers. This is serious business. Say bello, it is. The couple's trump a card. The furrowed eyebrow. It is deeper, couple. The fur, and the meaning of your words.
You mean to tell me you were the crying looking ass kid from yesterday and now you're just...
Oh my god, it's at this point that I wish that I could learn accents. Alright. It's been butchered from day one, so don't be surprised. The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true? Oui? She said this before. I already forgot her name. I already forgot the name of the owner of the museum. Tuspels. Tuspel said this. Seesaw. What exactly was the nature of the deception by which you planned to defraud? Laws, I will explain it. Explain it? Explain it. No, Capo, leave it to me. You see, we both have the vivid red hair, no? At school, we were teased for this without pity. The Capo, yeah, he was many times behind the school hours, crying like the Trevi fountain. Hey, those dogs! Those dogs! One day, the world will respect us redheads. Every night, he would bury his head in his pillow. I can't fucking with this. And weep for the injustice. Bien? Oopsie. Si bien. Si bien, Pepino. Enough, I will explain the rest. The first step was a newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled to the Red-Headed League. Oui? What? How do I always forget how to pronounce it? I've literally just went to search it up. Sis. I gotta look at the E as an I. Sissa. And this is why I'll never be able to learn another language. I'm honored that I've seen it. It says that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair. And that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you receive a weekly income of £4. The date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at a park specified in the advertisement, and from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. Well, you're trying to get your injustice. Why are you scamming the same people that are also getting the injustice? And with the money to France, it was great, most elegant, no? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. We know someone that went into it.
The park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk like a coaster's orange barrow.
The day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these 2 men spoke face to face with every single person present that day. I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see in the rest of my life.
See? And now, every time I see the couple's head, I feel sick to my stomach.
Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry. The day for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph. Very good. So, Mr. The Rose. Rousseau and the Rossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the court. The subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph. Of course, you're always ready to help with the law. You're always ready to go against the law. What do you mean? The man in the photograph.
Anyways, writing time. Good luck with the writing.
We had more than one
100 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall the man in this photograph, I couple. No, I don't remember him. Obviously, he's dead now. I assure you, he was not in the park. Alora, this victim is nothing to do with us. We have a lot to answer for Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place. In the first place? Yeah, how did you guys ended up in the suite? Were you lured in by Shams? You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain? Oui. Quite certain. We did not interview this man. But it looks like this came to the park. This I can promise. It must be noted that you have been arrested for a grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances. Oof. With this attitude, we get to nowhere, huh? He's really all sulking now. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover. Ah, I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event in the park in the day in question. That is ridiculous. The question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, which means it's quite possible that's when he was killed. Hence may proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. I don't know if I can handle another Italian and a French accent. Please be concise with your statements. 1,000 people. That's a very big crowd. Did I say 100? 1,100. Did I say 100? Before? I'm fucking shocked. Why can't I read? It was quite a spectacle. Redheads had come from all over the capital. See? The capital here, he has the magnetismo enamel, eh? Nobody else could attract so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the couple. Was those people who wanted was the money, Peppino? The £4 per week. Suggesting that you speak personally with all 1,000 applicants. Oui, is that we did. Because every one of them paid us 5 shillings. We take their names and we take their money. We take their address as well. And I tell you, we take some days to let them know by a post finito. Maybe 2 minuti a person. We start early in the morning and we stop late in the night. So you earn 5,000 shillings in one day? That's a small fortune. Who'd have thought there were 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with. One of whom was a great detective with chemically altered hair. Keep that one to ourselves.
Hold it!
He doesn't look at all familiar. No, I don't think so. This is a weird guy. He was trying to trick us. I don't like the people who are trying to trick the other people. Says the con artist. Between them, they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair. It would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face. No, signor. I may be small, but my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park. But he's not going to give the court a definite team. Hey, couple, you didn't see a man like this, huh?
Hold it!
There. We bowl, alright, we bowl. But so far, if our current witnesses is these two, I may be cooked. Just from the statements alone, I don't have like an evidence at the top of my head on what we could present against them. So I am very cooked. Hello, Erin. Recommend me this live stream. I hope you're having fun. I am having fun. I am going slightly crazy. The title of the stream would show. But that's kind of the hole that I allowed myself to fall into. Every Ace Attorney case is just me going mental, but you know, it's more so here because of Kazuma, but you know. Yes, I am having fun. Thank you for stopping by, if anything. I'm surprised I got recommended into someone's feed. And thank you for stopping by the stream anyways. I hope you're having a good day so far. According to what you've said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day. That's true. Our eyes were burning by the end of the day. Can you actually talk to 1,000 people in one day? Is that actually possible? Like one? Well, 2 people. 2 people talking to 1,000 people. 1,000 is a pretty big number. I can get like a couple hundred maybe? Like, you really gotta speed through it. But this is them interviewing. What kind of interview would you have? It's like a 5-minute interview? Is your red hair real? Yes. Okay, pay up. What? Surely then you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present? Normally, the red hair is very distinctive, eh? But not when you have 1,000 red hairs crowding around. Then it was just an eyesore. There was some other information you could have give us, and then maybe we would recall information. So it's not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact. There was a man with a red earpiece, but his mustache does not match the color. And I do not think I could have forgotten him. Kazuma said these two had only been shown that photograph, and they'd been told nothing else at all. What if I fed them just one other detail about the victim, for example? His name, his profession, his fish and chips. His fish and chips. I don't think that's right, but I wanted to show the fish and chips. It's just suffering and braining right now. Very severe understatements, but that is usually the case. Maybe try using I'm bonking them. Bonking these guys? I mean, that would be pretty efficient. I'm only calling you that because Poe said it's my job. You didn't need to actually take it up as a job, man. Are you even getting paid? His name, his profession, his fish and chips. His profession, I feel like we can't really disclose. His name, I feel like this is quite notable, no? I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. What if I told you that the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? Do you remember a man who was eating incessantly? But really, I was looking at only at the heads of the applicants. When I've noticed the fish and chips anymore than the caviar and smoked salmon. Or spaghetti. Me, I love the spaghetti. Really? I had no idea. Tells them again what you said before, Peppino. Si, capo, si! I say it again and again! Is that your soul's annoying? Actually, you know what? Oopsie. We'll press through all the statements and I'll go back and press them again about this.
Hold it!
We only have your word for that. See, but what else can we do, huh? True. Well, we are not having much of fun these days. First we are arrested and then we are shown the horrible picture of a dead man. Now you question every single thing we say. We are the victims.
Hey, couple! No, you were caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds of innocent people. You had to bring that up, eh? It's not fair. Hey, couple! What do you mean? How? You were crying the entirety of yesterday's stream. How? What do you mean? What is wrong with this man? What do you mean by that? Cavolo. You promised not to say, eh, couple? After we had taken all the money that day, we should have left the country. That was my plan. I left the purchasing of the tickets for the ferry to Dunkerche? To my companion here. But you bought them for the wrong day. Oops. See, but it's an easy mistake to make, huh? The 1st, the 31st. I have no sympathy for you. Well, all day late for the boat because of your stupidity. Tell me, because of this, that this so great red-headed detective caught us. Couple, you know what I think? This is the work of God. It's a holy punishment, eh? Being over the last time. This is not only punishment. This is all your fault. But God, for your unholy mistakes. You're making me sick with anger. Maybe I make a mistake when it's time to eat the pasta. No one is a pasta. I'm seeing the evidence. They haven't told us much we didn't already know. What do you think, Miss Naruto? If it was in the inspector's diary, it seems likely that he must have gone to Lime Street that day. Yet those two both claim they didn't see him. I have to say, they don't appear to be telling lies. Well, they are experts in deception, don't forget. Sounding plausible is their specialty. They may be lying simply to avoid being implicated in this case as well. Surely, if they were truly experts in deception, they wouldn't have been caught. Well, yes, you do have a point there. Seems to me like we need more information. Definitely. These motherfuckers are annoying me. Please get this testimony. Hold on, I'm holding the wrong button. I was wondering why it wouldn't speed up. His name? Did they ask for everyone's name? I certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. Even if it is wrong, we could have like extra dialogue anyways. What if I told you the man's name was Gregson? The man's photograph was Monsieur Gregson? Yes. Names? They are boring. I did not listen to any of them. Yeah, I thought so. It's 1,000 people. It was not a real interviewer. It was just for sure. Why would I remember the names? That's alright. This changes nothing. Right, I gave you the Italian accent. The man's photograph was not there, and we've already said. As we've already said. Let it be gained from pursuing this point further. Tells him again what you said before. What the? Literally the only good thing about me choosing wrong options is getting extra dialogue. Not that I particularly want extra dialogue from these guys, but you know, rarely do people, I feel like, choose the wrong options just for the dialogue. Because he was also a detective, right? These guys got caught by a detective. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember the situation, but if I told you that the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective. The man's photograph, a detective. Yes. Would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, but this change is not why the fuck do I keep giving you the Italian accent?
Excuse me.
Something to add, Mr. De Rossi. Yeah? See, I am always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper. What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance? Eh? What did he just say? About the detective? Yes, that. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have said enough already. What do I, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I'm an inspector from Scotland Yard. What? What? Explain this vault face in your testimony, witness. It's simple. A man, I don't know what he just said. A man who was at the park said to us that he was an inspector. There was no such man. But what are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten I've forgotten nothing. Nobody likes this game to the park. Basta, Capo, basta. You beat me at many things, but not two. Not two, the memory and the meals. Like I said, when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is a fast. So, which you're inferior to me in every other way, so shut up!
Wait, why are you guys slamming the desk for? Drop pot? The damage is done. Indeed it is,
Oui, there was a man who came to the park and he said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was something else. How can you be so sure? Because to start with, his face was completely different. I see, is it true? Is it true? The man who came was younger. His face was clean shaven, his eyes were sad, his chin was thin. No resemblance whatsoever then. What the fuck? What? Does his hair grow back that fast? Wait, no, if it did, it'd have to. It's so clean now. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you really are a detective, show the proof. See, the Capo here, he doesn't take a nonsense, eh? But he was well prepared. He said he had an identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification? That is most unconvincing. Sorry, my lord? Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. Right out of the question. Definitely, but would expose his true identity. Clearly, the papers was fake. Certo, Capo, you are genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh? What happened after he announced that he was a detective? He became very annoying. He said, you are under investigation. So I took his papers from him and chased him out the park. You took it and then ran? It was fantastico. Look, here is a identification. So you stole it from the man. He had a combi. He made us very scared. But he was not what he said he was.
Not only that, you stole from a fucking civilian. Guys, the charges that you're gonna have to deal with in tomorrow's court.
Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence. I like them.
No, you can't have them. Inspector's identification. The identification of a man claiming to be a detective inspector. Confiscated by Mr. de Ross and Mr. Mr. de Rossi. Excuse me. Shall we read them? Before de Rossu, before I remind myself how to pronounce his name. Fabiano de Rossu. It's called community service. Well, you're relieved now. You don't need to do that anymore. If anything, you were relieved from day one. You didn't need to do it at all. You can stop now. The use of the two brothers, but got none of the funnies. the two funny little from fuck, which case was it? It was from the last game, right? The last game's last case? Burglars. They were burglars. Yeah. It was during Gina's case. Yeah, those two had more of a comedic, like, it's because they were both very airheaded. That's what made them funny to watch. These two are like the average, like, Japanese, like, stand-up, like, duo, comedic duo. The straight man and then the what is it called? What's the other one called? Straight man in comedy. The straight man. Double act comedy. What is it? What is the other guy called? Just the funny man? It's kind of like that kind of duo. Not exactly, but something similar like that. Flavor text is awesome. It is. I don't go out of my way for all of it in Ace Attorney, but when I know the opportunity is there and it is at like the top of my head, like sometimes when I'm like really focused and I just want to like get through it, then I do find myself like brushing over some of the text and like some little dialogues. Like I don't present like my quotation badge anymore as much because it's just very tedious. Like I get like that's the whole bit like of all Ace Attorney games, but I stopped doing that because of how tedious it got, which I kind of regret not doing as much, but you know. But if I know there is an opportunity to try and like choose every little bit of flavor text, I try. Back in this game, yeah, I was trying to remember specifically if it was in this game or the last great Ace Attorney game. So in Adventures, we're in Resolve right now. Since I played them back to back, see, this is why that anytime I play Ace Attorney games, I always play a completely different game after, so that I can separate the two. But I did the Great Ace Attorney back to back, so if I were to ever try and recall information for the Great Ace Attorney, like, plotline, I'm cooked. I actually wouldn't be able to remember. It would be, like, merged in my brain together. This is why I can't remember the Phoenix Wright trilogy as much, because I'm pretty sure I quite nearly played most of them back to back. That's why I can't remember it as much anymore. And also miyuu memory has kicked in, where I actually just don't remember anything anymore. I remember the characters, I just can't remember, you know, why they were bad, why they did this, why they did that. Kind of the whole point of Ace Attorney, but whatever. The straight man and the old man meowing one. I think that one's a different. that one's completely different. It's a different kind of comedy duo. Oh, not comedy, a different kind of duo. Let's do the weirdest testimony. So we. Oh wait, I was looking at the paper. I was like, why did nothing change? It's because I didn't look at this. Hold on. Open it. Only thing we can do is open it. Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it?
Out of interest, what name is given?
Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson.
Wait, what? The Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me. But how? And the department identification details are all correct as well.
Since when have you known those?
Do you mean to say? I know it seems incredible, but yes, I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. That's unbelievable. This is the real thing after all?
Identification updated. Inspector Gregson's police identification. It's the official warrant card issued to him by Scotland Yard. Oh, so funny. They didn't have photos, yeah. Should I, can I press on this again? Is that gonna change anything, or do I have to present now?
I wanted to do his name.
Alright, we get to sit through all of this again. Oh, no, it's changed. The detective came to park, I'm certain of that. Ah, see? In the case of such a man had come incognito, he would have just said, I am a detective, would he? Well, no, I suppose not. Sounds logic. I must agree. Free me, a couple. It's best we move on. Oh, his dialogue there's different. I was trying to speed through it.
Hold it!
Okay, if it doesn't change with the name thing, then I think, yeah. I gotta try and present. This is just based off the testimony. Problem for the dev too, huh? It's been 2 years for them, so don't use it too We'll play it back. They just feel so annoying. Right! And then, I mentioned this in yesterday's investigation, but in comparison to like investigating in like Trilogy, and then when I did play through Miles Edgeworth Investigation, the amount of detail of the things like you can investigate, like a lot of very, very useless text. You had that a lot in the Phoenix Wright trilogy, but it's a lot less so here. So, because I knew that with the in Spirits of Justice as well, there was a lot less things to like investigate, so I kind of just stopped doing that. Like, I'm glad that they show you which things you can investigate, but like the thrill of randomly just clicking things in hopes something would come up, it wasn't there anymore. And like a lot less things over time. I'm gonna think about the what was it? There's like some places where when you investigate there really is just fucking nothing at all, even though it looks like there's some things that you can talk about. in Spirits of Justice, when you go into what's his name? What's her name? I forgot her name. I forgot her name. Hold on, I gotta search it up. Into why he name no come up? Inga! When you go into Inga's room, I thought there would be so much more to investigate there, but it was just kind of boring. It was just very straightforward, and I was quite sad about it because his room was very, like, lavish. It was kind of fun to, like, look at. It was just a lot more boring. But it is a very, like, it is a very Ace Attorney, like, you know, playthrough thing to show off your badge to every character that you can. But sometimes, just clicking through the dialogue is annoying. It's if they don't say anything about your badge. Like, not all of them say anything about your badge. If I knew all of them said something about my badge, then maybe. But then I don't feel that as much anymore, so... I do try to investigate anything that I can in the Great Ace Attorney. I feel like I have missed quite a few things, just based off achievements anyways. The achievements, you gotta like present like some things and then you get an achievement for it at a certain time and whatnot. And I'm pretty sure I've already missed a few things. But it's fine, it's what it is. I like your voices. Thank you. I feel like I am butchering like all the accents, but I think that's just given. I for the life of me can't seem to track down an accent no matter how many times I listen to it. My brain and my voice isn't connected as much as I like it to be. Thank you. Now I have to try and figure out what to present. Because I thought it was someone completely different. Is it this one? Like, I'm inclined to choosing the one that, you know, where we got the new info from, but that doesn't really make sense. Wait, okay, so we know that they know that they have the guys. They don't remember the guy in the photograph. Let me
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it!
They know Gregson, but they didn't know the same Gregson that we know. Is that how you'd put it? So, what you'd want to present... But... Hold Hold on. I don't know why I'm like... Inspector, we know- okay, hold on. If we show photograph and it's Inspector Gregson, don't remember him. Or the man in the photograph. Well, our HP is back to normal, so worst case scenario. I'm not on 2 HP anymore, so... I have a hard guess to just present this on any one of the statements and hope for the best.
Objection.
Wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely, Miss Lestrade. Why, Miss Lestrade? What is your intention here, Counsel? Is this really a fake, or is it genuine? That's the question, which we can't answer ourselves.
Objection.
Don't be ridiculous. A Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen.
That is the boss's. No question about it.
Can't be! As I suspected. The undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation. Oh my god, he's horrible at his job! Why did he do that? Order!
But the boss had his identification stolen. I would have reported it straight away. I mean, it was always on at me about it. If you lose some, report it at once, he'd say.
Could it be, then, that the inspector was physically unable to report it?
Is it clear? Hi, what do you say?
Unable to? You're not suggesting? Yes. It's quite possible that he was killed before he had a chance to report his identification stolen.
What?
The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered. That was immersive noise. That was the sound of Inspector's body on the day of his murder being driven away. For anyone that was curious. Was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. You two have anything to say about that? Oh, you're crying again! Wah, wah, wah. Oh, sorry.
I know nothing.
I've done nothing. Pull yourself together, Peppino. Mon Dieu, you can behave a little more like a master criminal than that, non? I can't do your Italian accent very well, but I can do you crying. I wish I'd returned to Italia. Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, I... Oh, wait, you're crying too? Wait, that's actually kind of sad. Why are you crying? Having the balls to be like, oh wait, that's kind of sad that you're crying, and immediately laughing after saying that. LeMay?
Stop your whining and start talking.
With a call, I need to hear your story and considerably great.
I know nothing. I done nothing.
But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome. You'll dry your eyes and testify again about these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them. For crying out loud. Oh, we got a crying testimony. Yeah, Duel's Destiny and Spirits of Justice lack the flavor text. I can't remember Duel's Destiny as much, I'll be honest. I was too enamored by like the 3DS gameplay because I never owned a 3DS. I'm so sad, but am I the only one who sees 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐵? Who's 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐵 again? Is that the dad? Who's Hugh? I've never watched Jimmy Neutron. Wait, I can see it. I can see it. It's the fucking chin, and then even though the hair is going the other way, it's still like swiped across. Wait, no, I see it, I see it. You're right. What the fuck? This is crazy. The glasses too. What the hell? We've got French 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐵. The loud wear caught me off guard. I'm trying to suppress it as the worst thing. Not trying to be too loud at the moment. The worst bit is that I could go louder with my crying. It's kind of sad. What's me giggling at them? But I had to pick up on myself immediately saying that. Oh, I really wasn't thinking too much about it. And I was like, wait, why am I laughing? I thought that's kind of sad. Clearly, it wasn't sad. No. I cannot do the crying voice acting. I would say we're just gonna do this normally. The truth is, we took him prisoner and we kept him as a night secret hideout. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case. We took that man's identification from him and shot him in the room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm. And the next morning, we let him go. What? What? You let him go? You spent the night in a nice room. It was nothing like a prison, really. This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man. But no, see, no. It was not like a prison. He was very comfortable and calm and happy. I couple. It was never part of my plan, I swear it. Oof. Do you think it was my fault? My fault? Just because I got the date of the fairy wrong, but by one little a day. I do not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it. No, per favor. Per favor. A couple is not fair. You should have plenty of squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen. Ugh, I don't believe this. How could you have been a real detective? Well, the real detective or not, as far as I'm concerned, you shouldn't be imprisoning anyone, especially overnight. So on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout. So I guess we're gonna have to try and find out where that hideout is specifically. Because my immediate thought was Fresno Street. But he said it was a nice place.
Hold it!
Do you realize what you're saying? You have to believe me, I never intended for that to happen. I'm sure the detective did not intend it either.
Do you think?
But there was nothing I could do. See, nothing else. This was a first crime for the couple. He was at the end of his wits. I've told you, Peppino, that is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind. But this hideout of yours. An old empty house behind the park on Lime Street. Eee. Rented the place for... Okay, so you did rent it. Rented the place for 2 days. Was inspired idea by the couple here. An impulsive idea, I would say. No, impulsive. It's fine. Aye, couple. What am I supposed to say to that, eh? Pepino. It was in the house described that you... And it was the house... It was in the house described that you confined Inspector Gregson, was it? Really? But you have to remember, I was under the impression that he was a pretender, not a real inspector. I don't quite add up, though. If you didn't think that man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there? No, you're right. But we couldn't be completely certain.
Hold it!
Stop stealing my joke. Well, I said it faster. So no joke stealing here. Excuse you. If anything, you stole my joke. I'm glad you see it too. Now I can't get that out of my head though. Now that you've said that, that's all I can see. The Rousseau is literally just French. Jimmy Neutron's dad. Never watched Jimmy Neutron, but now that's all I'm gonna see. If I ever see Neutron, it's just gonna be, oh, that guy from Ace Attorney. The non-French guy. The non-French version. Oopsie. Too scared. Why? Because we had him come to the park. We didn't know why had he come to the park. There was a chance that he had seen through my plan. If that was the case, he would go straight to the police station to blow with a whistle on us. And if it was just a thing to be inspector, he was up to no good, eh? Without a doubt. I think most people would agree that it's you two who were up to no good. Well, see, you may be right. Hi, couple. The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. That is why we had no choice but to take the man prisoner. But what I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place. See, I asked myself the same question. We were writing down the names and address of all these people who we took 5 shillings from that day. I've forgotten what name he said was the address. It startled me. See, address, Scotland Yard, Homicide Division, he said. What? Probably didn't like your face, but you know. Anyway, I was not rude. I just immediately asked him why he said that. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identification. The only reason would be that he wasn't actually... He probably... Well, maybe he was suspicious about these guys, but... If he were to show his identification, that means he wasn't trying to investigate the Redhead League for what their crimes was. It was more he was probably making an attempt to use them. The only reason a detective is going to show the identification is because they need you to cooperate with them, right? Isn't that what's happening right now? What was Inspector Gregson playing at? Tell the court what happened next. You took him back to your hideout, you say? See, we did. When will this testimony end? That being this identification book here, correct? See, that is the one. Made you believe that it was a forgery. Never seen a real one, of course. But it was so suspicious as a man. Hello, I was thinking it must be false. Falso. Hi, couple. Wait, it's just as Peppino has said. We were convinced it was not genuine. So together the hilarious brothers took the man captive. What we did was shove him inside a locked room. Then we made preparations to transport all the money.
for a penny, in for a pound.
Hold it!
What do you mean by a little tussle exactly? Oh, it was nothing, just a minor incident. The false inspector, he was a real piece of work. Hey couple, what happened? It was a disaster. We gave him a nice room and what he did and... Excuse me, what does he do, huh? In the middle of the night he tried to escape through the ventilator. Can you blame him? We chased him. Bien sûr. Bien sûr? And we caught him again. Of course. Bien sûr. Can you blame us? Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you? What do you think we are? Of course not. Simply caught hold of him again and took him back to the room. There was really nothing more to it than that. The following morning you let him go, you say? Correct, and it was an amicable parting. There was no trouble. You see? We shook our hands and say, let's do it again now. Not a whiff of perjuria.
Hold it!
Statement 3, right? You took away the man's freedom. However comfortable you make it sound, we're still holding him prisoner. If you say that, then I say this. There's nothing that takes away our freedom too, the lack of money. We are the prisoners as well, eh? All of us. Prisoners of capitalism. Is that what you're saying? No money, no freedom. Says the truth. It makes me it makes me mad, it makes me sad. What can we do? Well, if you feel so disenfranchised, take money to court. It will cost you, of course. Ugh, so there you have it. You see? This is why we need the Red-Headed League to fight for your justice. Perhaps he has a point? No, Mr. Naruto. I can see how Sholmes got scammed. All we did was to give the man a comfortable place to sleep for the night. You say it was a prison. Perhaps he has a point again. No, again, Mr. Naruto. You should have heard him snoring. But if anyone was disturbed, it was us. He was snoring. He was like, oh fuck, the escape didn't work. Let's just sleep. Not much to go on, really. Testimony does make me wonder, you know, about this pocket watch belonging to the inspector, I mean. Ah, yes, the one he treasures so much, apparently. If he was confined, but not restrained, as the witnesses are implying, he would still have been able to wind his watch. That's very true, yes. So did Inspector Gregson actually die while he was being held captive by these redheads? In which case, is it possible that these two young men are responsible in Inspector Gregson's? To be honest, I find that hard to believe. Perhaps we should try to find out exactly what happened. Very wise, Mr. Naruto. Yes. What about you and Tina? Just like, I always forget that my cursor can just be seen. This one? This one? This one? This one? No! Statement 4. Oopsie.
Hold it!
This one. Not this one. This one.
Excuse me.
So the Ross sees something wrong. Me. something Mr. DeRoss just said seemed to make you, well, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was that all about? Pablo, at times like this, you don't wanna you wanna have a cop after you, believe me. And I speak from a personal experience. Experience? Personal experience? Esperienza. Personal experience.
That is enough, Peppino. There is no need to say more.
The truth is, the night before we put the red-headed league plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the couple, but I tried to run away. It's a shame you didn't manage it. But the couple here, they came after me like a turbiner. And he dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it, alright, couple.
Bruises? I think we've seen one before.
Ah, you wanna see, yeah? You wanna see my fantastical bruises? What do you mean? Why are you flexing it?
That's enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you.
What to do, huh? I show you or I don't. I show you or I don't.
You do, now.
Or if everybody wants to see, then I do it. Cool. You see? It's still very visible, eh?
That red ring around your neck? You got that when you were dragged back to the house?
See? The couple sometimes is a very
I said that's enough. Peppino's neck has nothing to do with what we are talking about here. You have my word.
Yes. What is your opinion, Council? About this red ring around Mr. De Rossi's neck, I wonder, does it matter? Important. It's important? Uh-oh.
Mr. De Rossi, I'm going to have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark around your neck.
Hi, couple, you see? Everyone is interested in what I say, yeah?
Ugh.
Amend your testimony as requested, Mr. De Rossi. CC if you really want to know. He tried to escape, but the couple put the collar on me and dragged me back. Like, what did he do to me, see? I clicked by accident.
Hold it!
Are you saying that red mark was caused by...
See, a big collar made from the leather.
A leather collar? Is this true, Mr. De Rossi? What? We had a Saint Bernard at home when I was younger. This is a souvenir from that time. It was a very strong chain. A strong chain. And you put that around your friend's neck. Sorry, I was so angry that he was leaving me alone.
You did not have to tie the chain to the leg of a bed, huh? Though, I would not have tried to run again.
You've got some weird habits. You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you?
Treat the people to the equal. Treat the other people equal. Is the couple's your motto, eh?
Starting to sound a lot more like a prison of all of a sudden.
The couples are tough, but the couples are rough. I shouldn't have done it.
The following morning when you released the inspector.
Yeah, the red ring around his neck just like me.
Pino? See, I'm assuming that that's saying shut the fuck up. Hold on.
Oh, it's just this, please. Ah, same thing. S'il vous plaît. Leave it now. Now you know, the couple here, you don't want to tangle with them, huh? For the inspector is not so bad. We have that information, but how does that help us exactly?
What, to present his photograph that it's probably not that guy? Let's present the photo? Is that it? Because we can't see it here. What if it's wrong?
Objection.
So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison, it was an invitation to stay. It was only... However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains. What inconsistency is this, Counsel? I'll ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. Oh dear. Wait. Oh dear. Wait, oh dear. Something's skipping. You will see that there is no red ring visible around his neck. Yeah, but that makes no sense. It was me who took the call off the man in the morning. When I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have. Given that the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, would expect to see bruising on the victim who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. Rossi. Indeed, that is most peculiar. But what do we tell you? We say this from the beginning, many times. Oui, Peppino is right. The man in the photograph is someone different to the man we held captives that night. Oh god, they're correct. It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all. If that's true, however, how to explain the inspector's identification? Ugh. This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. Ugh.
And we also know that Inspector had made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day. It surely means we can't divorce the two events completely. The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation.
But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification? Does the defense have some plausible explanation, Counsel?
Oh dear. The whole thing defies explanation.
It is for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruto. Because those are the facts. The facts cannot lie.
No, the facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe.
Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruto. So why don't you help us all see whatever truth it is that you've apparently seen?
Exactly was this inspector that appeared before Mr. De Rossi and Mr. De Rossi, Gregson himself an imposter.
Hee-ha-hoo-hum. Hee-ho. Hee-hee-ho. Hee-ho.
Though it seems incredible, I admit the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson.
In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time. On the contrary, I haven't finished. What?
There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man on the park on Lime Street, in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification?
See, that's alright. We tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the couple dragged him from a pillar to a post with a dog collar.
Dear Peppino. That was not so harsh as you say it, huh?
So, was it that false inspector, eh? Who was he?
Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night.
Let's ask the counsel for the defense to elaborate post-haste.
True that the witnesses and capital of fact poses a spade of Gregson.
If anything, I type faster, so read faster. Excuse you! Well, we'll never be able to settle that argument. Fuck, what's the word called? It's just mutual agreement for now. What is the word called when you hold on? My brain is actually fried after dealing with this testimony. When you reach I'd be fucked. Fuck this. Anyways, hi Leon. Sorry for the late greeting. I'm glad you were able to drop by. Hope you're all doing well. I am doing well. My brain isn't, but everything else about me is in shape. To a degree. It's held together by duct tape, but I hope your suffering won't last long. I fear that it will last a lot longer than I want it to. Especially since this is a second part of the trial. Like, we had to do to be continued bit during the recess, meaning this is going to last a little bit longer than I want it to. I fear it will go on for a little bit longer, but I will be able to survive through it, so don't worry. Your excuse? A lie you want. Use Bane. Fuck. Brain or won't burn. It's okay, it's not burning, it's just drowning in acid right now. So it's doing the opposite. We'll survive through this. It's fine. We know that it's this guy because of the thing around his neck. Like, that's indisputable. It's me, isn't that? One of the witnesses who was on the stand in this very courtroom earlier today. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passerbyers.
What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witness says, is this the man or not?
What's happened to his lip? Huh? See, this is a man not for the Red League, eh? He's looking for the Twisted Lip League, no?
Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead.
It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, he noted something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising.
Eh? What?
The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand. Oopsie. Bailiff, bring the aforementioned witness back into the courtroom. Immediately. Oh dear, we just get to straight up see it. Oh dear. Well, I never. My suffering don't last long too. Just 3 more hours. You got this, Borg. Yeah. I feel like if that entire bit wasn't just like obvious enough that I'm like absolutely destroyed right now from this trial, then I don't know what else to say. Sadly, I can't stay. Please take care. All. Thank you anyways for stopping by, Leon. No worries, alright? Do take care. Undeniable ring of bruising indeed. You know what? I'm gonna take a bit, take a bite of my snack. I still don't know the name of this. So only for me. I'm not sharing with anyone. It's too yummy for me to share. Not so sweet snack. It's not a sweet snack. It's a not so sweet snack because it's an Asian snack. Not so sweet snack to refresh my brain. And identical to that of the witness beside him. Oh, what the fuck was her voice?
Oh, what's going on here, eh? I've always had this, me. It's a birthmark, isn't it?
Birthmark, you say? Assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you.
Tell me about it, Inspector, again? I'm telling you, you've got it all wrong as usual.
You're denying all knowledge of it.
Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all the nonsense, eh?
Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. De Rossi and Mr. De Rossi, I'm sure you'll provide enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony. Is it dilatory or dilatory? The inspector and the identification revisited. The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man.
I have no interest in any redhead league. I'm all alone in the world, me. I have no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I carry off a disguise with a face like this?
This is getting confusing by the second. It certainly appear that we have the wrong man. But I've been telling you, there was no need for this pointless testimony.
Ugh. That's right. I'm just a simple peddler, remember? Fresno Street is all I know. I would have come by a police inspector's identification book, eh?
Well, yeah, that's hard to explain, but... A brief cross-examination, I think, counsel. Very brief.
Ugh.
Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something?
I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Miss Naruto.
Kazuma, don't dot me. You remind me of Van Zykes.
Hold it!
So you say, but how can you be quite so certain? There is no need to urge your feelings. Feelings? Why did I say that? Urge your ends on the desk, Monzo. Surely the reason is obvious, none? Because I have never before seen lips like this. Nevertheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck. Sorry, I thought I heard a voice. Apologies. And it looks very much like that left behind on the neck of your colleague by your prized collar. Mon Dieu, is your words? It is like you tried to wring my... It is like you tried to wring my neck. Please, I can't do accents anymore. It does look very much like my neck, though, eh?
Oh, this is a birthmark, lad. The biggest lips in London and a neck to die for. They broke the mold when they made me.
Was the first time in my life. I feel lucky to have been born with red hair. And I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London. So you maintain that you've never seen this man before? Oui.
Sis. Why do I never remember how to pronounce it? Sis. Sissa. Sis. Sis.
Sessa. That's it. I swear to it by the flames of yeah. So fierce pride has outgrown the frustration with your error now, has it? Save me.
Hold it!
Well, yes, I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry either. That is what I am saying. For some reason it makes me want to eat. How did Fabian call it? An eclair? You know, I've never seen hair as black as yours before either. Likewise, I've never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain. See, maybe it's a national trait, huh? Maybe all people from this man's country have a have the grand lip.
Oh, lad, I was born right here on Fresno Street and I've never left.
Ugh, that is the problem, see? You definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip.
How many times do you want me to say it, eh?
Hold it!
So, you'd heard of the Red-Headed League, had you?
You don't get a name like Gossip or nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going off in town. I saw that tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me.
Oh god, you went to it. Oh god.
Just between us, I even got a sandwich to cough up for it.
Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows?
But as you can see, my own hair's still got a hint of red in it. In any case, Fresno Street's my patch. Might catch me sidling off to some other part of town.
So,
No, so unlikely.
Oh yeah. I see.
As it happens, if I don't sandwich that little tidbit about the Red-Headed League, he went and got himself some red paint from somewhere, and God knows where, mind. Just between us, he didn't have the gumption to dunk his head in it.
Yeah, I don't think you guys make enough to wash our hair off the paint. You mean you have no family?
No, none at all. So I spent my days on Fresno Street, peddling tidbits to passers-by.
Passerbys.
Hoping, just between us, this is, that eventually someone else with lips like mine would come along.
I don't think so.
You may be right.
Anyway, that mark on your neck is just too much of a coincidence for us to ignore.
Oh, what's a fella to do then, eh? If you don't believe me, we're on impasse. There's nothing I can do but flick a me lip.
It looks like I'm not going to get anywhere here unless I can produce some proof.
Basically saying I got dressed up and posed as some fancy inspector, aren't you? Well, it's beyond me how you think I could do that.
hold it!
Maybe you could! Say with a mustache or a beard to cover up that lip.
Hey, perhaps. If I was going to stick some fake facial hair on to cover up this fine specimen. End up looking like his lordship over there, wouldn't I?
Pardon? I'm sure my lips aren't entirely unremarkable. I don't ask you not to cast such scrutinizing looks in my direction, Counsel.
Sorry, my lord. My imagination got the better of me there. Well, Inspector Gregson did wear a mustache, of course. You're right, he did, so perhaps he was hiding something himself?
He could barely have hidden a crumb in his mustache of that size. And anyway, the detective we spoke with had no facial hair at all.
See, the cop was alright. He was clean shaven. Certainly seems to be on the realm of possibility that this witness could have disguised himself as the victim. Clean shaven.
It does and it does. And it does and it is.
That's the extent of the testimony, is it?
What's your feeling, Mr. Naruto?
Well, what Mr. Gossip says is undeniable. It will be all but impossible to hide those lips with any form of disguise.
Perhaps, yes, but nevertheless, the mark around his neck is equally undeniable. And it's identical to the one that Mr. De Rossi suffered.
Yes, that's true. Why does this whole disguise idea just keep playing on my mind? Oh, when Renosuke says that, it's really bad. I forgot which one. Sorry, I can't remember which one it was. I already forgot. I'm going to press all of them.
Is that so?
I found it!
Excuse me.
That's why I clicked them at the time, but I'm doing a different approach today because I feel like it. Mr. Ross? Oui. Can I help you? Did Mr. Gossip's words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park. A small house or something.
To be the headquarters of your Reddited League, yes.
I visited an housing agent on Lime Street and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What? What? Mr. Gossip with a housing agent? Oui. He had some kind of contract in his hand and they were clearly discussing terms.
No, you're mistaken, chum. I've never left Fresno Street. Me, like I said before, you've mistaken me for someone else, or someone with the same face.
No, the cop was right. I remember it too. It was paying the man with the bank notes. With notes?
Like I said, that wasn't me.
I was curious why there's a man with the dirty clothes and had with so much money. So I looked at the name of the papers. Don't say 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐵. And what name was written, Mr. Gossip? No, this a man. He lies. He tell you that he has no name. But in fact, his name is 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐵, huh? He's better than Mr. Gossip, I see. See? Oh, he surprised them both so much that those two fell to the ground.
Peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, that's it. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life.
Indeed. It is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well. I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial, assuming no objection. I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case. Good gracious! Did you similarly object, Prosecutor Sogi?
As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings.
Well, I never! In what capacity?
𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐵. The name? The leaseholder of the room.
Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room.
I suggest, sir, that you start talking.
Well, alright. I suppose that might be the case, huh?
I like that the hilarious brothers are looking away. Hold on. My nose is itchy. Hey, Viva. So your real name is 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨.
Just between us, I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. So, I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a falling down backstreet townhouse.
You do?
Once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on 9th Street. I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time. Hey,
Either of us is a vulgar. This is not me. Think again, Pepino. Hey, who has the collar, the red bruising line around the neck? Why didn't you bring this up before?
like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss.
I wonder they weren't able to find any information about a 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐵. You'll update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone.
If I must.
The lease holder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered. Has been here under our nose all along.
I read through the room where that fellow was found. It's true, for what difference it makes. I didn't want to click the dialogue.
So, you live in that room presumably, do you?
Oh, I don't live there. Oh, what do you think? There's a bed, is there? Just a desk.
Then, why would you want to rent it?
Well, I don't think I should have to say, really?
Okay. Then how about the notice board in there? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have had access to.
That board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. It's only all the bits and bobs that belong to me. The desk and the chair and that.
People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there in your room?
Obviously, I've got the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me no end of bother, to be honest.
Okay. Don't think about it. Seems to me that Mr. Mr. Boone would rather as little is known about his room as possible for some reason. It does come across that way, and more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. So I'm finally going to undo this man. I'm gonna press all of his statement again now. This is where we present the frame, right?
Hold it!
really don't like this, because I was thinking, oh.
I don't know if this is right. I feel like it is, but maybe I'm not presenting the right thing on the right statement. Or at least what I'm trying to get out with the statement is wrong. Well, if it's wrong. You have no kinfolk, as you put it. And explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings, I can read. We found this photograph in the room. Presume, as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not?
Well,
Mr. Boone, drop the pretense. Tell the court exactly who you really are.
I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone.
As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson. How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No mental disguise could ever hide those unmissable features. But what if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean? Yes, counsel, what do you mean? Yeah, what do you mean? Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip in itself is itself part of an elaborate disguise. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Don't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone?
Ah! Ah!
Because if the court record hasn't updated his Hugh Boone name, then there's only one other fucking explanation. Good witness, he's still hiding the truth from this court.
If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be...
Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court. No, please, no. Very well then, counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street? What if it's not him? What if it's just Gregson but alive? He's dead. He's a dead man. Leave him alone. But the only reason is because his fucking eyebrows and the way his hair is like moved. Is styled, not moved, styled. Because here's the one that really settled it is because her photo's here.
Take that!
If it's wrong. Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Darley Vigil. I don't recall that name, counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil? It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Sherlock Holmes. A young woman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact, this is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead.
But of course, on that night, they were being held captive by the two red-headed leaguemen. Last night, we were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial, because we'd been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. That explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife. She's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the vigil residence.
No, just hold on a minute. I don't have the first.
What I'm talking about, really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. No, please. Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a washbowl at once. Mr. Roos and Mr. Ross, you will restrain the witness.
Wait, my lord? See, my lord?
If you could do it the first time, do it again!
Isn't that kind of funny though? The judge was confident in saying that because they knew that they've restrained him once already. Oh, damn.
Oh, fuck.
Is that why this photo was like, he appears to have no particularly distinctive facial features? Well, that was obvious enough, and it is. In itself, wasn't it? Oh, dear. Oh.
We're now seeing your true features, I presume.
Oh, and your true clothes too. Where did you get that?
Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. It appeared that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the court. Have you seen this man before? I don't believe it, but... See, there is no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park. Extraordinary. The day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson, who appeared before Mr. De Ross and Mr. De Rossi in the park, was you, disguised as the inspector, or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all?
Why did you do that? Why did you do that?
Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The chief warder? Your career had promise. Why? Why you would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison. On earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street? Well, he could have, 10 years ago. Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years.
Yeah, your entire past is getting thrown out in the open, isn't it? It's just really unfortunate that we were investigating it yesterday. Very bad timing.
I don't know what to do with your voice.
You have your pathetic voice, but that was you putting on an act.
I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, it's true. I'm Dale Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Parkley Prison 10 years ago. So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently there is a great deal under the surface here.
He just seems like a very, you know, kind of man. I don't know what to do with him. He just looks very sad all the time. This was 10 years ago. Was it? Wait, when was this? When did she say this photo was taken? We know that was an old photo because there's no color to it.
I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become.
I'd just be depressed. Oh, storytelling!
As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment as Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times are hard in London. I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street.
But your wife appears... The cars were saying, liar, liar, pants on fire. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street.
The scene of the very crime we're investigating.
Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine.
10 years?
I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room. That explains it.
But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place?
I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons. Without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them.
So instead you decided to conceal your occupation from them?
Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison. Very true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten unemployment.
Oh dear.
That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson.
What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth?
It was some years after I invented a boon, begun my other life as a street seller. The inspector, that is, recognized me one day.
You mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours?
I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. From that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity.
Did you give him the room, by any chance?
Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him.
A secret? What was it?
I was to impersonate the inspector.
Why is you doing hand gestures?
What? Impersonate him.
Live Nishiki reaction. Your name gets me every time. Nice to see you again. How do you want me to refer to you, by the way? Shall I just say Nishiki? You're already at this point. Yeah, I am. Is this trial gonna go on for any longer? I fear if it goes for like a couple hours any longer than this, I fear that I will have to just like very abruptly stop. Because it is getting very late for me and I need to like stop. Stop early tonight. Usually I'm happy to go overtime like I did last week, but not today.
We always meet in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit 𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐴 tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress.
Oh, sorry, that should be Gregson's voice now.
It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions was to make an impression, let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially.
Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquished his identification into your care with intent to deceive. As I'm sure I need not to point out, is a very serious criminal offense.
But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if I end up a croaker. In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him.
So in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really...
Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my boon disguise, and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away.
Nishiki works, gotcha. I believe my favorite characters in chat right now. Oh. That's why the courtroom's surprised.
Whoa. It would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. Explain yourself, Prosecutor 𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐴. My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location the day before his corpse was discovered at the hands of those two red-headed league men where they imprisoned the inspector.
Oh, you tried to do it too!
But no, that can't be. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me.
Oh, goodness!
Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And mercy, Monsieur de la
Defense, for proving it.
What? Ugh.
Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim, as proven somewhat ironically by the defense.
Ugh.
Hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Hold it!
Kazuma?
Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission,
God, fuck his theme song.
I'd like to pose one further question to the witness.
Kazuma?
A question, counsel. It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at the very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago? Execution of the professor, Genshin Asugi. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh, answer me, man. One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case? Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. Does the defense concur, counsel?
Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm as collected as usual. Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago tell the tale of Genshin Osogi's last moments. His own father. I know. I do understand that. But even so... Professor? Not his father. Prosecutor Osogi. Do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me. Please. Very well. Then the defense has no objection. I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness. The truth is, I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten? Sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. For some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruto? Sorry? Well, 10 years is a long time, but to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job. Oh yes, you're right. We need to show you something. Not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily, which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry? The human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. But I really don't. Kazuma-sama. But if it must be crushed, then so be it! Because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out one way or another. Right. Now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth. At any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Kazuma, I will do it. The illusion of choice is right here. So some part of me wants to say leave it. It's so obvious. It's so obvious that I want to say I want to choose the opposite answer. Well, as obvious as it is, I'll take a snack first. If I leave it, will someone else do it? How many people have chosen the correct answer here, huh? You know how in actually I don't know what kind of games they are called. You know, like in Detroit. The Detroit Android game. I forgot what it was called. You know how it shows like the percentage of people that book something? I wish I had that here. It'd be very funny otherwise. Persona games too have it too. Only with the newer version, so like in Persona 4 Golden. I can't remember if in Portable they did it too though. It's so long since I played Portable, sorry. Persona 3 Portable. I know that they did that in Persona 5. But like what people did on that day, since there's so many like things that you can do but you don't know where everyone is, so you can like pull up a list of like what the amount of people that chose to do what. If they chose to do like a social link or if they chose to study or whatever. Well, the answer's kind of obvious for this one, guys. Which is the wrong one. If it could genuinely crush the man's spirit, I can't be responsible for that. I don't have the right.
Kazuma-sama won't rest until he knows. And this is a court of law, where nothing is more sacred than the pursuit of the truth.
Susato-san's right. I knew the risk when I took the decision to fight this trial. Whatever the consequences, I can't shy away from my responsibility now. Ah, the illusion of choice. I love you. Ah, thank you, Susato-san. Once again, you have put me on my straight path. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events. Wait. It should be this, no? Wouldn't that remind him of what's going on? Right, it is this. Like, now I'm actually uncertain. I got interrupted, apologies. Because none of the things that we have now, particularly your version of events, like his version of events in terms of like...
Take that!
Just a few moments ago you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Oh, that he resigned. No, he got dismissed. Sorry. See? Wording. Well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of chief warder at your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? No. No, I don't. This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff's member's employment. Dismissal notice? And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? What? It's mine? So you didn't resign from the prison service at all? For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay. No, there's been some mistake, I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it? If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on 17th of June 10 years ago, and on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. Sorry, I thought of that. What is that anime called? The one with the flashing thing? Is it the Akira meme? It's kind of what's happening now. 17th of June. Was that the professor's execution? Professor? As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. Yeah, does sound familiar. Yet, the execution never took place. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life. In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness.
However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly.
Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes. Yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing the executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep inside.
Deep down.
I'm getting too into the role, I'm sorry. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil. I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on 17th June 10 years ago. Now it's time for you to drag them up. Mr. Vigil? Yes, the whole prison was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What? What? Order? Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned? I heard it. It's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh, my goodness! The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yes, 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨. But surely those reports are exaggerated. There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? Oh. Locate cemetery. Plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. I reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigation team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Are you suggesting that prison warder bettered the man's bid for freedom? Yes, and I was suspected of doing it, of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape.
You did what?
I remember now, the horror of all of this coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. Sorry, Dolly, this is serious business, but I can help you. I can help you now. Chief Warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution before, eh? Well, it seems the fellas at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You'd better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person.
Oh lord, he's spinning.
As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank, and the next thing I knew, Professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over. Bailiff, fetch a doctor at once! Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean.
I don't have the button for autoplay. Is it this one?
screenshot. I didn't know the Joy-Con screenshot button was the fucking same for Steam. I'm sorry. that shocked me to my core. Yeah.
Lord Van
There you go, it worked. I just clicked a little bit longer. That's okay.
Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
I went to autoplay suddenly because I had remembered when I was re-watching the Kazuma reveal scene that while I was clicking through it, I could have just left it on autoplay. So I'm remembering now that if they do ever have the voice acting session, that I should click that button. It is there for a reason. Not for that reason, but it is there for a reason. Okay! Okay, so I'm glad that that trial didn't go as long as I thought it could have possibly gone. But that is indeed the trial. I'm just gonna immediately stop it here because it is very late for me and I did want to not I didn't want to go too overtime today. Can we have music please? Please? Okay, yeah, gloomy music, sure. We'll take it. No, not a situation to be laughing at. We've got the professor case from 10 years ago that is being resurfaced because Kazuma is here, of course. Of course that's gonna happen. But more importantly, a man has just quite literally passed out, so it's not a situation to be laughing about. But anyways. Bro's lost it, he has. I feel bad for opening those floodgates, but we need it for Kazuma, so not much that we can really do it for Kazuma. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Vigil. I actually found Mrs. Vigil's husband, though. We've got yesterday's investigation tied up to today. But, yeah! That's today's stream. I'll be doing a continuation once again next Monday, Tuesday. So the second part investigation will happen next week. So for those want to watch my reaction to this case, please join me next week. But that is all for today. I think I'm going to stream this week. I might just do a drawing stream. So I failed to do a Star Rail stream for Saturday last week. We got too caught up on the bunnies. I might just do that again where I just do an only drawing stream of the bunnies, but I'll be doing a reaction, I think, of the Hongai Star Rail special program that's happening this week. Yup, yay! I'll still be watching it live, but I'll be watching— I usually only watch the Japanese version of it. So I'll watch the English version of it, and then we can just react, I guess, to it together for those interested in Honkai Star Rail. We're doing that this Saturday. That'll be 10 PM. But yes, I think that is all that I have in my brain at the moment. Whatever opinions that I have for what's happening at the moment, my brain is fuddled to the max. I feel like this like murky, this clouded brain that I have right now will only be solved once I finish this game entirely. If this is the fourth case, literally, what is going to be the fifth case? Like, I'm actually terrified on what the fifth case is going to be if this is what the fourth case is. Like, this screams a last case, doesn't it? So what the fuck is the fifth case? We're only just starting, and that's what scares me. Well, we'll see. But yes, for those that want to see me draw or want to see react, watch the special program with me this week,
Saturday 10 p.m. UTC +8. Please join me then. But as usual, Monday, Tuesday for Ace Attorney. For those that are interested in watching that, it will be next week. But thank you everyone that has dropped by the stream today. And thank you to those that have watched through the stream. Especially those that was able to. I thought I had a worse mental breakdown, but that was only the first trial. So to be fair, I feel like once we go into the second trial, it will get worse. That's when the true mental breakdown happens. But at best, it was just like me butchering accents more than anything. So to those that have watched through and survived through that, thank you. You get a sticker. You get a sticker from me that says, I survived a miyuu stream. You deserve it. Thank you to those that also have commented and chatted with me today. I appreciate it. But yes, that is all. Remember everyone to go hydrate, go eat if you haven't already. Remember to take care of yourselves. Always put yourselves first. For everyone else on my side of the world, thank you for staying up. It is quite late. Please go rest up. Appreciate it a lot. To those that willingly choose to stay up to a miyuu stream. Why would you subject yourself to that? But go get some rest. But for everyone else around the other side of the world, have a good rest of your day. And I'll see you guys in the next stream. Good night. Bye bye.